What's up, Otters? It is Blue Otter Talk for Masters semifinals. Man, not the regular season, the playoffs have pretty much come to a close. We're halfway done. We're gonna get some really, really interesting games tonight. And the fun part about the games tonight is that we got a couple of guests that are going to be ready to play in tonight's featured match between Team Yippie and the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. I have Inebriator, aka Insert Best Name, the top laner for Team Yippie, as well as Sneaky Turt. Thank you both for
Hi.
joining me this evening.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Honestly, I'd love nothing more than to be here every second of my day, so this is a dream come true.
Dude, me too. Why do you think I'm here on Monday nights? For those who may not know, our guests have had a really strong year. Finished 5-1 in the Shurima division, which, going into the playoffs, seemed like they were the world beater division, with Drop Dead Gaming doing so well. You guys ended up taking out Krabs Radiant in the quarterfinals, 3-0. I thought they were a particularly good team. They were pretty decent, but I'm not sure if I was going to pick them to get out of the first round. You guys didn't seem like you struggled all that much, but game two looked a little bit closer than I'm sure you guys would have liked.
I love you. Sorry. Yeah, that was what, the Zaya game? No, that game was exciting. I mean, I don't remember what happened. I just kind of pressed my buttons. The
Oh,
top
that,
laner
that
has a
was
lot
my
more to
that was
talk
my
about.
Aatrox that was my Aatrox game. Okay, so they did the salty run back where game one they drafted Colette, Skarner, Talia, Caitlyn, Nami. And then game two they just ran it back with the Braum instead of the Nami. And I mean, honestly, we thought their draft priority was kind of weird there because they actually gave up Skarner. Um,
Oh yeah, that was something we talked about a lot, was the fact that they just they didn't do the whole Skarner shtick, and then they kind of left up the Skarner shtick, and it was just a weird time. Also, I just want to point out, I just have to get a little bit off my chest. I spent so much time fucking locked in my room like a degenerate draft planning for one of their top laners who plays like Ivern top and stuff, and it was like a crazy meta pick, and I had such a long time drafting for it, and then we showed up, and he just wasn't the player that was playing, so I just honestly kind of shut down a little, and you know what? That's my fault.
No, bro, that's not your fault. I'm going to tell you something because I've had to deal with this a lot myself. That's definitely not your fault. Whenever a player comes in that you don't expect to be playing, I mean, it ruins all my prep. As a caster, I don't really get to complain about it too often. But I hate that sort of thing, right? So I can only assume it's like pretty similar with the players because, you go into a match, you even take 10 minutes before a match and you take a look at your opponent's play and then you take a look at your pool and you're like, okay, this is what I'm going to prioritize, right? Like you guys take at least 10 minutes to figure out, oh, I definitely am dead set on playing this champion going into this match, right?
Um, I would say, no, okay. Well, I guess our team dynamic is I guess it's a little different than that.
wait. I was reading the wrong drafts.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I don't know what the hell
No,
this
we
guy's
were
talking
playing.
about.
Yeah, no, the
Good.
Zaya game was the one where they were fucking Nar, Wukong, LeBlanc, Kaisa, Alistar, and we had Puppy. That was game two. That
Which
game,
is a crazy game to be really close. I'm sorry to say.
well, listen,
There's no reason that should be that close. That Poppy pick is insane.
listen, sometimes, okay, sometimes you're in the
Uh-huh.
moment, you're living
Uh-huh.
life,
You're happy
and
gaming.
you know, sometimes you get hit by a car, and sometimes it's a Honda Civic, and other times it's an 18-wheeler. And we were lucky enough for it to be like a Ford Focus, but sometimes mistakes happen. Things happen, and let's stop focusing on the fact that the game shouldn't have been close, and let's focus on the fact, did you see the fact that I outdamaged the Kaisa by 2k when she's already had her Nashor's Tooth Zonia's W spam going? I mean, can we talk about me for a moment? Let's just be real here.
No, we can't talk about you. We can only
No,
talk
that's
about
fair, I'm
players.
sorry.
We can only talk about players who are on the All-Star team as a spoiler for later.
That's so real.
Inebriator, you agree with Sneaky's assessment about that game too?
Wait, I'm gonna be so real. I'm trying to look for this game right now.
Hold on, I can send him the
Bro,
post
bro's
game,
in the
dude.
dealership
It's
trying to
okay.
find the
It's
Ford
okay. Hold
Focus that hit
on,
you guys.
dude. We
Yeah. Wait,
okay.
I think I
Let's
think I
just.
think I played Gragas that game.
My man, you
Uh,
were fucking Orn.
Orin.
Okay. See. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. Let's talk about team dynamic.
Let's
What's
talk
what
about
makes
top
a good
laners for a
team?
second.
Oh,
They're
okay.
the crayon eaters of League of Legends, and this is exactly why.
Well,
I remember this game. Okay, I did some.
Are
criminal
you
things
sure
this
you
game.
remember this game before you start?
This was game 2.
Are you sure you remember it? You've been
yes,
having
it
a hard
was.
time.
It was game 2.
No, I remember the Ornn game because I don't pull out the Ornn too often, but sometimes when my teams, like when we have the Nocturne Oriana, these sorts of picks, the Ornn is like really good at just like following up on top. I remember one part of this game when we were doing the Nocturne Ori onto the Kaisa, and then she's lived with like 10 HP, and then it was because I didn't have R, and then like our team didn't realize I didn't have R, so I couldn't follow up. The Kaisa survived with 10 HP, and then we almost threw the game.
Okay.
It was around Dragon Pit, like by Blue Buff. I remember
That
that
makes
happened.
sense. That makes so much sense, and unfortunately, that context would have been lost to time if it wasn't for you, since that game was not streamed. So thank you for that, because otherwise
No,
I'd
it
be like,
wasn't.
why the hell did this happen the way it did? So looking ahead to tonight's match against the Girl Masters that you guys have today, who are the leaders of the Ixtal division, I thought that they were a little fake coming into the playoffs. When I did my quarterfinals work and really took a long, hard look, I was like, I'm not sure about the Ixtal division. So after 44-90 beat Drop Dead, pretty much all bets are off, right? Anybody can win any match. I firmly believe that at this point in the semifinals, and I think that's a really good thing. So what do you guys think is the number one reason that you believe you're going to win tonight? Because I assume you guys believe you're going to win tonight against the Girl Masters.
The way I've always thought about it is I've always compared the Grill Masters to like jet fuel. You know what
Okay.
I mean?
I don't
They're
like where this is going.
they're I've always
Bro.
compared them to jet fuel because they're pretty sporadic. They got a lot of energy towards them, and I've always imagined our very structured, safe type of team, sort of similar to those steel beams.
Oh my god.
And as we know, I mean, must I go on?
Yeah, I don't think you
You
need to
know,
go on.
out of morbid curiosity, I want you to, however, to make sure that Bully doesn't have to put out any jet fuel fires, we can, inebriator, hopefully, I'll enjoy your take a little bit more.
All right. I just gotta say, I've only watched a couple of games of the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters, and you know what? They seem like a pretty solid
Well, I haven't
team.
watched any games.
That's fair enough. But I think they have a lot of solid pieces here and there. But I think, our team is a real team. I mean, just by the name, their name is Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. I mean, they know what they're like. You know what I mean? It's like self-manifesting. Versus we're Team Yippie. We play for our joy, and a team that's enjoying themselves will always beat out these McDonald's Grill Masters.
Yeah, you
That's true.
guys
I
see
think
it as
team
fun, they
identity.
see it as work, right?
Yeah, team identity is definitely a really big thing. I think that's gonna be, that's gonna be the pillar of this series. Is really just team identity. Light versus dark. Hero versus villain. Minimum wage versus I don't even know what our
Unemployed.
mascot's supposed to be. Yeah,
It's
versus
the
unemployed.
it's the autism creature.
That's what I mean. Speaking of autism, dude, I stole some chalk from my classroom the other day, so I've been drawing with that this entire time. Honestly,
I
dude, you
really
gotta
thought
get
you
in on
said you were
this.
gonna be eating it. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I could. Hold on. Can we get some ASMR chalk
and,
playing?
and
Oh
on,
please,
on,
actually.
on the other side, I think
Ah,
our players.
Oh,
dude, it dries
dude.
your mouth.
Hold on, wait a minute. This is a podcast. I have to say it. Hawk to spit on that thing.
Oh, dude, it dries your mouth. Hold on. Keep talking.
No, I don't know
Yes.
if I
So I'm
want to,
gonna
bro.
Haktua and split on that lane. All series, I
Ugh.
think I'm gonna be picking out some. Actually, I don't want. I'm not gonna leak the tag, but I think our players,
Ugh.
pound for pound. Listen, later for the All Star team, there was a rule where you can only put one person on from each team, right? And I
Yep.
just gotta say, if that rule, if it was unlimited, like 4 out of 5 of Team Yippie would be on the All Star team.
4 out
You
of
know
5.
what?
Who the fuck didn't make it?
Oh,
If you say me,
Who's
I
gonna
will
tell him?
fucking leave.
Who's gonna tell him?
bro doesn't know.
All right. Well,
Seems like a
let's
good
just.
time to segue into the recap of last week. So the big upset was that 44-90 defeated the previously undefeated, perfect Drop Dead Gaming 3-2. I was pretty surprised by the result. I know that you guys did not play against 44-90, but you did play against Drop Dead Gaming. So I want to know both of your opinions of the result. Was there any 1% chance that maybe this was like, you know what? they got the perfect conditions that 4490, and that's why they won.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so that game was the one that was streamed, right? So we finished 3-0. That series went to 5-5, right? I was watching game 4 and 5, and I think I caught the end of 3 as well of that series, and it was honestly like it seemed kind of a scrap. At multiple points, it seemed like DDG had him, but then there's like little like incidents that happen around, and I feel like the other team Crabs just like or no, sorry, 4490 just like capitalized really well on the slip ups.
That's
Sneaky, what do
fair.
you think? You concur? You have other opinions?
Well, so Drop Dead Gaming and their owner, who listen, I can't say anything bad about because who knows if I'm gonna have a team after this. But let's just say I heard a lot of good things about them. I heard that they were, quote, the SKTT1 of Masters Amateur League. I've heard that they were, the chupacabra that haunts my goat farms at night. And I never got the chance to play them in regular season due to some uh, sometimes you get told 30 minutes before the game starts you're not playing. And sometimes that happens, and that's okay. But I never got to play them. And I heard they were the GOATs, and they also beat us 2-0. So
Hold
I
on. I have to
assumed they
stop
were
you
going to
real
be fine.
quick. You told me they were chupacabras, and now you're telling me they're the goats. Which one is it?
Well, you are what you eat, are you not?
Well, oh my God, wait. And then that's how 4490 became the chupacabra. Oh my
And now they're
God.
Santa, because it's New Year's. Woo!
Brother, we just passed Halloween.
Shout
Are
out Bill
you
Clinton.
just gonna shout out Bill Clinton, honestly?
But yeah, I think I concur with him. I think from the games that I saw, I mean, I saw a lot of the games. I thought the mid lane matchup was super interesting to me because, especially the Talia Sylas matchup, which I think was game 1 or 2. There was a Talia Sylas matchup that was like literally the most scrappy solo queue-esque situation I've ever seen with like multiple solo kills and then
It's the
like
two monkeys fighting around
yeah.
everybody in The
And
Simpsons. Yeah.
when I saw that game, I was honestly that's when I sort of started thinking in my mind maybe fucking Santa's Little Helpers can win because they had a draft that was losing almost every lane, like either every lane or like every lane other than top lane early game, and their mid laner was not losing gracefully. But the fights just kept eventually going in their way, either due to them playing well or DDG not doing that. So they just kind of kept scaling, and eventually the Senna Seraphine bot lane just scaled and won. So that's when I kind of saw the vision where I was like, okay, maybe DDG aren't, the greatest to ever touch the League of Legends. You know?
That would be
The
us,
League of
yeah.
Legends.
Yeah, that would be us, obviously.
Understood. Yeah, I watched Jordan Bot's kind of edit of the final game that he posted on his YouTube channel, and I saw that team composition. The guy had 4 supports. I don't know, man. It was something pretty interesting. But it ended up being a 44-90 victory. Really happy for them. Dorado, they beat Boomers over Zoomers 3-1. It didn't really feel like it should have been a 3-1. I think this should have been a 3-0. This was streamed on the Blue Otter channel. The Drop Dead one was actually streamed on their channel because I think they do a separate stream.
Yes.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
it was that. Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, this should have been a 3-0. In my opinion, no offense to Boomers over Zoomers. I actually thought they played pretty well, but I thought that Dorado was just a bit better than them, which was my first indication that Shurima as a division was probably stronger than Ixtal, since these two teams had pretty comparable seasons. But obviously, after the upset of Drop Dead Gaming, divisions and seeding don't matter. Let's be honest. So it seems like Dorado has the easiest path, quote unquote. I don't want to diminish what 4490 was able to do against Drop Dead Gaming, but Dorado is playing a team that went 3-3. Like, do you think that you'll see Dorado in the finals, or do you think you'd see 4490 in the finals?
Currently in my currently on my playoffs bracket, which I don't know if we can, I don't know if we're at the point where we can pull that up.
If we were to pull it up like right now for a second, that would actually be pretty sick.
That would be really sweet if we could do that, and I would be eternally grateful.
Anyway, go on.
In my playoff bracket currently, I do have them making it in a solid 3-1 against Santa's Little Helpers. Um, Analytically, I don't have much to say because I don't like my thoughts on both these teams are simply they exist. You know what I mean? Like I don't I it's one of the things where it just doesn't feel to me like there's much to say about it. It just should be just pretty standard League of Legends on both sides. I just think Dorado is slightly better, and I think that slightly better is going to be for the entire game, which means they're going to win either just straight 3 or lose 1 and take up the other 2. Like I don't know. I just don't see it as being a very interesting matchup. I just think Dorado's going to win.
Yeah, it's not like they're the SKTT one
No, no,
the Blue Otter League or anything
no.
like that. And
And
I
truly
kind
who
of
could be.
yeah, exactly. I'm kind of with you there. Obviously, we got some legacy players over on Dorado, but at that point it doesn't really matter. I think you're kind of splitting hairs. But I think they're just far and away the better team in that series. So I kind of agree with you there. Finally, to cover the last quarterfinal match that we had last week, the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters, who you will be playing tonight, defeated Rubber Doggy Gaming 3-1. I thought Rubber Ducky Gaming, if there was going to be any upset last week, it would have been Rubber Ducky Gaming, mostly because I love the way they play macro. I have watched their coach Drake coach many different teams, most notably Fisher College. I cover the collegiate space quite a bit, and that team always tends to have pretty good macro. I think their macro is insane. I don't know. Did you guys watch any of the series against Omega McDonald's Grandmasters, Rubber Ducky? Talk to any of the players? Look at anything that maybe laid out a blueprint to beat the Grill Masters?
Well, okay, in terms of a blueprint on how to beat them, I couldn't say. That would be, out of the realms of what I'm allowed to state. Um, I can safely say that, both teams showed some good stuff. And I would say that Rubber Ducky and their gruesome death was not in vain, because I do believe it will help us win. And
Okay,
that's not the
why?
outcome they would have wanted. I just think that we learned what we needed to learn. We learned the weaknesses of the players. We learned who the weak links are on the team. I could do the whole cough, cough, and then say a player under my breath, but that's just, I only have that much contempt in my heart for deadbotting. So I don't feel comfortable saying that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally, I think our team we have what we're good at. We played our champions and comps that we like, and then we just like to execute our game plan. Personally, I don't see the envy team. I don't have my monitor on when I'm playing usually, right? I just do what my heart says, and I think our team does the best that way.
I also think that one thing that's just always going to be better for us, I think we're better at drafting than fucking McDonald's, Wendy's, Grill Masters. Um, I just think that even if we don't, and we're not a team that gruesomely draft preps. I try to, and then and then it breaks my heart when they don't have the Ivan top player on their team. But I'm not really dwelling on that anymore, I've gotten over that. Um, we just are a team that when we get into drafts, we are just able to maneuver around any situation we get into without having to predetermine it beforehand. And I think that's what just will always make us better in a series than other teams. And I also just think
Especially
we're
in like
better.
Fearless.
Yeah,
Especially in
Yeah.
Fearless, right?
fearless. I think our
And I'll
players have deep champion pools. Um, everyone's really comfortable on a myriad of champions and comp archetypes, and we're able to kind of both. I mean, fearless is interesting, right? It's like you can take the champion away from your opponents that they're better at, and it's like even if you don't like perform too good, it's like you can if you waste if you could like gracefully take a loss where they have to burn a lot of their draft resources while you take away their like their other champions, it's like it can end up being like a win. You know what I mean?
Granted,
Yeah,
that's a
absolutely.
strategy. That's a strategy we have not tried yet, as we have not lost yet in playoffs.
Facts.
Parentheses.
But
in
no,
playoffs.
that is a very valid strategy. I've seen that strategy done. Obviously Fearless has been taking off in a lot of places. I've done a lot of coverage of open qualifiers for this year for NACL, and that is a valid strategy that I've seen some teams use at times. Be like, you know what, we'll take away this player's best champion, and if you can squeeze out a win there and burn so many resources, you'll be in pretty good shape. Now it is the time of the evening to move on to the predictions. If we can pull the predictions up here. Yes, there we go. There's that beautiful transition. As you can see, we're a little split here. Now, I'm not entirely surprised that both Sneaky and Inebriator have picked Team Yippie to win. So let's cover your game first because that'll be coming up very shortly. I don't think I need to ask you guys why you think you'll win. So let me ask you this. Why do you think the Grill Masters will lose?
Because they're not like that.
I just
They're
Are
don't
you
think
telling me
they.
they not like us?
They
I
not
just
like
don't think
us.
they don't have like the dog in them. You know what I mean? Like they just don't. I don't think they don't have the drive to win. They don't have the potential to win. They don't have the soul to win. They don't have the eyes to win. They got nothing inside of them that makes them deserving of a win. You know what I mean? Like me personally, I would like to win. And you know what? Me personally, I have the drive to win. And I want it in my soul and my heart of hearts. And them, I just don't get that fire from them. They're like they're just not they're not the heroes we need. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I,
Mhm.
I understand what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Team Yippie has all the drive. The Omega McDonald's Grill Masters have as much drive as a fry cook. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't even say so because some fry cooks truly are just doing the job so they can afford, to better themselves in life. I think they're just doing it because like they don't see
For the
themselves
ugly
anywhere
game.
else. I don't think they see themselves anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like I truly just don't see that in their future.
That's true. You dress for the job that you want, not the job that you currently have, right? And
Yeah,
they're dressing for what they want, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But
that's what I mean. Like that's what I mean. They you know. Shout out Bill Clinton.
it's about drive. It's about power. But we stay hungry and we devour.
They're you know I can't say. I'm sorry. I just can't say.
It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I understand. It's
I'm
very emotional. I understand.
I need to take a breather. I need to take a breather.
It's deep in your soul. But don't worry about it because I got you covered. So I predicted the Grill Masters to beat you guys 3-1. Now, I did mention to you guys earlier, and I will say it publicly. I think that after all of the upsets that occurred and all the weird stuff that has happened, that the predictions just don't matter. I'm gonna be honest. You could tell me this is the closest game of the playoffs, in my opinion, and you could tell me that either the Grill Masters or you guys, Team UP, are gonna win, and I can say, yeah, absolutely, I could see that happening. However, what I don't often see happen is I don't really see that many 3-2s, which is why I predicted 3-1 specifically for McDonald's. I think it's just really hard to steal 2 games sometimes. And if you get behind the 8 ball, it can be a little rough. I have to respect what they've done over the course of the season. And since Shurima looks a little fraudulent after Drop Dead's loss, I got to cast some doubt on you guys.
Real shit. I mean, it's sound logic. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't believe in me either. I'm just a snake oil salesman at the end
Hold
of the
on,
day.
that's not what I'm saying, but I didn't put you on the All-Star team though.
I'm just a snake oil salesman at the end of the day. I'm not even playing the game. I'm just the voice. Someone
Oh
else
my
plays the
God,
game for me.
bro! Please, okay, all right. I was gonna say, please tell me you're playing, because all this prep that I've done is just gonna go to waste. And by all this prep,
Dude,
I
it
mean
would be
like an
so
hour worth of
funny.
prep.
It would be so funny if I just got DM told me I wasn't playing. Actually, no, we didn't register any other players for playoffs. Never mind. They're stuck with me this
They're
time.
stuck with you. Let's go. Hey, listen.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes
What
a
I'm saying.
team knows what they need in the playoffs. You clearly
All right.
got that dog in you. Another team that I think has that dog in them is Dorado. I selected Dorado 3-1. I can see most of us are in agreement here. Inebriator, defend your choice. Why is 4490 taking the win?
All right. Well, there's a couple of reasons here. So I know it's like kind of fallacious to say like, oh, they beat DDG, therefore they're better than DDG. I mean, like I think DDG is better than DGZ. I mean, I think DDG kind of performed the best. Well, they did perform the best out of the regular round robin round. We played against DGZ, Dorado. I think they're pretty solid. Their players are pretty solid. I think we did win that one though. And
No, we won.
wait,
We only lost
yeah,
to we only lost to
yeah, we
drop that
did.
game, and
Yeah.
Yikes.
But there's
we only lost to one people.
But the thing is,
Yikes.
so there's a couple of things here. First of all, I'm a strong believer in momentum. A win like that, they get
Oh,
put into the
brother.
confidence zone. They're locked in, and
Oh,
I
brother.
think that's like a very real factor. I mean, and we see this in pro play, bro. DRX
This guy
going all the way to the end.
stinks.
But
Yo,
the thing is,
honestly.
I don't think that they're DRX. I think these guys looking more like Weibo, honestly, if anything. Weibo in
Oh,
2023.
shit. Don't
And
say that
listen,
about
the
my
thing
way
is,
bros.
I'm looking at this bracket, and I see we're playing against if 4490 win, then we play against three Ixchel teams, right? And all I gotta say is, it's Team Yippie versus the Ixchel, we're
He's
T1.
the
We were
Let
talking
me let me
about
ask
these
you
guys being
something.
T1. We're T1.
Let me ask you something. Do you like those odds?
Oh
I
God!
gotta
Don't
say,
say it. No, he's gonna
I
yell.
like
Don't say it, guys. I don't want to. I
those
don't want to play the game anymore.
All
I don't want to play the
right,
game anymore.
Sneaky. I
Yeah.
think that despite us already seeing top team in the league go down, um, I think that playoff ready is a different beast. I think that Dorado's got
Mm.
the pedigree. They shouldn't be doubted. And 4490's got to prove they do it again. They got to do it again. I really should have told Inebriator this before I asked him to defend his choice. 4490 is running an E-sub tonight.
Oh shit.
really
I just want to point
I
out, frankly, I don't understand what DDG having a pet degree means, but all right.
pedigree.
Yeah,
I don't
pedigree.
get. I don't understand why they have if they like them having a degree in like horses matters here, but okay.
Hey,
Mm.
listen, it's because they still have a horse in the race. Um,
Oh.
so we'll see how
Fuck.
4490 does with their E-sub. Maybe their E-sub is just a ringer and ends up dominating. But all memes, all memes. I don't know anything about them, but a couple of
Uh,
players I do know some things about is we have our all-star selections. We get that pulled up really quick.
Did they use
So
my graphic?
no,
oh.
they did not use your graphic.
I
All
need to
right,
screenshot this right now.
all right. So here
I'm gonna kill
Here
my.
is all the picks. So I see we
Oh.
have a lot of similarity here, but I love how we have a lot of differences on 80 carries.
Yeah, I noticed that too. You
So,
know?
Sneaky, I'll start with you. How does it feel to vote for yourself? Does that feel weird? Like I'm
Oh,
not
what do
trying to
you
be
mean?
rude.
No,
I'm trying to
I was
meme.
the first name I put down. Are you kidding
Okay,
me?
all right, excellent.
If you're not in your
Can you
own corner,
pronounce your mid lane selection's name?
his English name is
No,
Peter.
no.
His English name is
I didn't
Peter.
ask you that.
No, I can't.
Okay, I
But
can't
here's,
either. Don't worry.
listen, you just need just if you honestly just ask me specifics. If you need to ask anything specifically about my lineup, just ask. I'm willing to say.
Um. Okay. If you did not select yourself for AD carry, would you have selected Inebriator as the top laner?
Legitimately, I knew other people probably would, so no. I was gonna put my jungler.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I have to hold on. I have to look at something real quick. Why does Vision of Empire have a different?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm like, hold on, that guy was on the same team
That
as
guy was
Jordan
on
Bot.
DDG.
Yeah,
That
and
guy
I'm
was
like, hold
on.
on, this is not right. All right, so now I gotta ask you, what made you put Pierce Blade in instead of Jordan Bot?
So that's okay. Interesting
I
considerations. The machinations of my mind. The way I was thinking
They are
about
an
it
enigma.
was a little bit. The way I was thinking about it was I like to think of myself. I like to think that I can see things in people. You know what I mean? And we play against him tonight, which made me think that if I put him next to me, it'll give me some sort of advantage against him. And at the same time, he did pretty well in his group. Jordan Bot did well in our group and then lost immediately. And I know this is regular season, but like he was just a fraud the whole time, no? Like maybe he was just carried. You know what I mean?
You know what?
Like
You might be onto something. Now I watched a lot of Jordan Bot. I've casted with Jordan Bot. He's kind of a good player, so I don't know. I don't think he's a fraud in any way. I'll be honest
I
with
didn't
you.
play
But
against
hey,
him.
listen, you are 100% correct. Inebriator. I noticed that you do not have Riddy in the jungle slot. You chose Anchovy in the mid lane. Now, do you believe that the Kaz was a stronger jungler than Riddy, or do you believe that Anchovy was the strongest mid laner?
Yeah, I think if there was a no limitation, I might have put Riddy in jungle. But I think with this way having the cause and anchovy, I think it's like a stronger overall team,
Mm-hmm.
or I guess like a stronger average power level, which is kind of how I was going about this. I was seeing like, which pieces can I take? That are like the most relatively like higher in their position. And I thought, I remember playing against Anchovy. I think he was a pretty strong player. I think I saw the cause. I think I watched the game or something. He seemed pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, I think you've put together a really good team. I actually think that you might have the best all-star lineup of them all.
Whoa!
I'm going to be quite honest with you.
What the fuck?
Shadow Gov, you can take a look at what he's picked over on the side. The bot lane of Joker and Jordan bot seems like it would actually be a pretty awesome bot lane. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah,
remember Joker as well was strong.
compared to like a bot lane of Sneaky and Pierce Blade, especially that
Yeah,
Sneaky
that would
guy, he
suck.
strikes heart and fear into the hearts of no one.
That
I'm
would
kidding.
suck, dude.
I
No one
got a
even
meme.
thought of me. You know?
Hey, listen, I told you, and I'll say this once again publicly. I wish that there were more selections per team, because I had a really tough time trying to figure out if I was going to put Inebriator in as my Team Yippie designation, or if I was going to put you in Sneaky as my Team Yippie designation. And I'm just sorry to say that, you know, Inebriator was the second best top laner, and it wasn't close. And unfortunately,
Call them
while
out.
I believe you were the second best AD carry, it was a little bit closer.
Who'd you put?
So
You put the fucking
Wait,
dizzy
can
guy.
I ask? You don't have any players from Omega McDonald's Grill on your roster?
that's
And yet
correct.
you
I
said
don't.
okay.
That's kind
Yeah.
of interesting, right? I feel like they're like one of the strongest teams left. I don't know. Like,
I
why
and
do
you know I don't disagree with you, but just because they are one of the strongest teams left doesn't mean that they have the strongest individual players.
So you think you believe all five of your players is better than each of their players in their position?
Uh, Based on the restrictions that I had in order to make it work, I don't necessarily think all five are. I do, however, think that my three non-negotiables were Riddy, you, and Jordan Bot, and unfortunately, in the other roles, I side with my picks over the Grill Masters. I think Barco Duck certainly makes it a conversation, though.
I see.
Okay.
So there are the all-star teams as selected by us four cast members here. I like the good mix. I like the fact that Inebriator, Riddy, and Jordan Bot were pretty much. I mean, Riddy not a consensus, but 2 out of 4 is better than the other roles that we had here, and that Jordan Bot and you Inebriator were pretty consensus. So congratulations to you Inebriator. Sneaky again. If I could put an honorable mention, you would definitely be on the honorable mentions list. I think you
Hey,
also had a very good season.
it's okay. At the end of the day, I'm just happy to be here. You know what I mean? I'm trying to live in the moment.
Yep,
You know
and
what I
your
mean?
moment is going to be coming up very soon. As in about 10 minutes, it's going to be
Eh.
game time between Team Yippie and the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. I want to thank Team Yippie's top laner and AD carry, Inebriator and Sneaky for hopping on not on short notice, but with only a couple of minutes before your game. I'm sure there's other things you guys wanted to be doing. One last question for both of you. What song are you listening to before your game starts? Inebriator, you first go.
Ooh, the thing is, I always like to hype myself up with the world songs. Like,
Which one are you picking? All right. I need your best world song.
Okay, wait. This is kind of like a okay. I guess I just lied, but like right now, my favorite like League song is actually Still Here. Like the
Okay.
the season
Yeah.
opening.
Yeah.
No, that one kills, bro.
That one does kill pretty good. It's good. I like it. I'm a big fan of that one. Sneaky, what are you listening to on
Uh,
Spotify?
Currently, I'm listening to chapter 50 of Bill Clinton's memoirs, My
Oh,
Life.
Jesus Christ.
It's
All
an
right.
audiobook on Spotify, so.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing before you guys go. I don't want to keep you too long, but I did want to mention. I don't know if you guys know, but the first 3 episodes of Arcane released on Saturday morning. Did you guys watch?
Yes, yes, it was amazing. I'm an Arcane fan.
It was awesome. Sneaky, what about you? Were you too busy listening to
I'm
Bill
gonna.
Clinton audiobooks?
Well, okay, funny you should mention that. Yes, but not the reason I didn't watch. I am gonna catch up on it, but it
Mhm.
was the like finale of the Penguin, so I had to watch that, and it was just like,
Understandable, understandable. Well, without giving anything away, Inebriator, do you think that the first 3 episodes of season 2 of Arcane better, the same, or not as good as the first 3 episodes of season 1 of Arcane?
Ooh, man, it's kind of hard to remember the first 3 episodes. The thing
I
is, like,
agree, which is why I'm the one asking you the question.
yeah, I mean, at least okay. Comparing to season one overall, so far, I feel like season one overall was better.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of setup here. I'm very excited to see what involvements the there's a Black Rose have.
Yes, yes, I was
Spoiler alert.
so excited about that. Yeah, spoiler alert is that you see the Black Rose. That's all. That's all you know.
Sorry.
You see them.
I
It's not
already,
really the biggest spoiler in the world, to
I
be
was trying
honest.
to
But
protect the chat.
yeah, no. It's okay. That. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they don't have any context for it, so it's
The,
not.
the thing is,
It's not a
everyone's
Ah,
actually
spoiler.
spoiled.
real
Everyone's
shit.
actually spoiled on Arcane because we know how it ends. You know, we
Honestly, yeah, we are playing the ending of Arcane.
we're playing Arcane
Right
season
before
10.
They all showed up
exactly.
right here.
Right before our very eyes, and you guys will play season 10 of Arcane in just a little bit. So once again, for real this time, I want to thank you guys for hopping on. Really appreciate it. Good luck in your match tonight against the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
us on. It was a lot of fun. I'm excited. I'm gonna put you guys on a show. You know, it's the most important thing of my games. It's
If
about
you
I'm not playing the top lane. I'm performing it.
if you ever need someone to come back and just run, the entirety of Blue Otter League on a $5 budget and who will talk for the next like 50 minutes, I'm always here. You know what I mean?
Bully, listen to this man. I know you're going to be really busy very soon, so listen to Sneaky and get him on. All right, everybody. Well, we've got only just a couple of minutes before the games start for real. So we're going to kick it to a break, and when we return, it'll be me and Shibby on the microphone delivering Team Yippie versus the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome everybody to a Blue Otter League Masters Season 12 semifinals between Omega McDonald's Grill Masters and Team Yippie. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Shibby for what feels like only the fourth time all season, to be honest with you. We get to see these two teams go head to head. Team Yippie, second in the Shuriman division. Now the de facto leaders after Drop Dead Gaming's undefeated perfect season came to an end last week. Knocked out in the quarterfinals. Team Yippie is now the top dog against the top dog from Ixtal, the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters.
We had a couple upsets in this playoff bracket in BOL, right? Sometimes regular season doesn't really mean much. I believe Team 4490 ended up upsetting their quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, that was against Drop Dead. Yeah.
Drop Dead. And yeah, like you said, now we've got a potential grand finals matchup between some star-studded teams as we jumped right into bans. Nothing too crazy, right? Corky, one of the champions that we talk about, off the menu here. Hui as well. Zach is going to be a Team Yippie specific ban here, as well as I believe the Amumu and the Talia will be Team Yippie specific bans. I don't know if that champion is actually available.
It is, I think.
It is. Okay, if it is available for BOL, I have seen some very interesting picks and some very interesting items actually built on him. A lot of people go,
no, it's not.
No. Yeah, that's what I was like, because it's only been like a couple days since he's been enabled in terms of like competitive. I know BOL probably won't enable it either for grand finals. So Skarner for Volibear. Volibear used to be seen as like a pretty solid, I wouldn't say counter, but answer into the Skarner, simply because of his ability to start tower dives very, very early on. Skarner, one of those champions that can also dive very well, but the ability to shut off the turret, you can kind of go any lane you want. Now with Volibear, you want to pick lanes that can kind of shove in, stack waves, and get dive started. You don't want to pick like losing lanes or passive lanes, right, or scaling lanes. Volibear very much does well with lanes that are very, very aggressive and can support him on invades, crabs, so on and so forth.
It looks like we'll see the time honored tradition of Syndra Orianna in the mid lane. Not overly surprising at all. Fitz over on the side of Team Yippie hasn't played Syndra too much during the regular season, not once during the playoffs. Meanwhile, Akata just played Orianna last week in the playoffs to pretty good effect. Had a solid game there. Caitlyn going to be the pickup for the side of Team Yippie. Sneaky Turt taking that one away from Barco Duck. Barco Duck last week. Really, really good Caitlyn game. I wonder if we'll see this Jhin come out. We will. Good CC.
Yeah, I like the answer, right? Caitlyn typically wants to obviously shove you in a lane that would go really well with the Volibear. And you're not a real mid laner if you can't play Syndra Ori. Even if you don't have any games on it this season or you haven't recently played it, it's kind of like one of those champions that you fundamentally just kind of know and understand how to play, right? It's like Jarvan for junglers, or it's Ashe for AD carry players, or Alistar for supports. It's one of those champions that you can kind of just always, go back to, old reliable, as I like to call it. Because we do get into the second round of bans here. Morgana and Rel going to be taken off the table. A lot of support pairings. I would ban the poke supports that we see. Nico being an interesting ban here, as it would probably go in the support role. Lux is still available. Karma is still available. Two very good champions for Team Yippie, especially because that move speed synergizes so well with both Skarner and Syndra. Skarner, a champion that needs to get in your face, that has realistically one tool to get in there, and obviously the move speed very helpful on Syndra, somebody that's in a mobile champion. So if Shirelia's Rush Karma could be the move here for Team Yippie if they want to fully index into that poke role, and there wouldn't be too many answers for the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters or the Grill Masters to kind of answer in kind with in terms of support.
Team Yippie does want to go for that Karma, so
Oh,
it looks like it actually gets snatched away. Doesn't mean that a Lux could still be on the table. Team Yippie, no stranger to playing double tanks on the top side. So, you'll have a bit of a burly composition if that's what you want to go for. Right now, I'm really liking what the Grill Masters have put together. It feels like they need one more champion to just kind of like put it all together. Here comes Lux. Here comes Cassante for the side of Team Yippie. It's exactly what I expected.
We do have red side counter pick saved for the top side here. Now, Grill Masters bevy of options. Aatrox would be one of them. Gwen, I know you love to see that. Yanni specifically into Cassante. That's one of your favorite champions. You seeing that matched up into there as you do have the statue as well. Really cool statue. But they might just end up going something like the Olaf that is just quite literally unstoppable. And you're asking, you're kind of, scrunching your face. You're like, well, this doesn't really do that well, into long range, like Lux, like Caitlyn. Doesn't matter. He goes invulnerable. He goes unCCable. Skarner and Cassante are just not going to be able to do anything to him. And once he gets into that backline, once he has access into that backline, which will be opened up by a Shirelia's karma, which will be opened up by a curtain call that's coming your way, right? You're slowing down Syndra. You're slowing down Caitlyn. That gives more than enough room for Olaf to finally get in there. So really sneaky composition. Olaf will have some trouble, at least earlier on, and maybe some of these first initial team fights to really get going. But I think once that Shirelia's gets built, once we start seeing the proper team fight setup for Omega McDonald's Grill Masters, I just have no clue what this team is going to do against Olaf, right? Double melee, granted triple long range, but it feels like a very disjointed team comp from Yippie.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't really feel the disjointedness out of Team Yippie. I think that they're a pick composition, true to their heart, and they're really good at what they do. But I love that you mentioned the Olaf pick coming out on R5, because while I was at first a little like, well, if he gets hit by a Lux Binding and he chooses to pop the Ragnarok right then and there, if there's nobody around him, then it's just going to time out. But with all the disruption elsewhere, I think it was a really sharp pick from the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. And honestly, it feels like they were using Pro Comps in order to figure out that last pick. Now, our sponsor, Pro Comps, a game changer app for the League of Legends community, not like your other tools. Your personal draft coach, perfect for teams and solo players. The draft coach coming in really clutch here for Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. Usable with any other app you use, so there's no infighting there. Pro Comps gives you real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks, much like Olaf, and ban recommendations. I'm sure Zach was on that recommendations list because that'd be a pretty tough one to go into. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with your friends, a post-draft guide on how you should play the game, which honestly is super important. I wish I had that all the time. And you can even get personalized tier lists from coaches and analysis. You have a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all in one, Shibby. The app already has almost 300,000 downloads. I am probably going to be a part of that after we get done today. And thousands of daily users, user-friendly, totally free as well, which is a big leg up in the esports game nowadays. At least give it a shot. Please download Pro Comps right now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your League of Legends games. Procomps.gg. You can download it from Overwolf or click the link in the bio, in the Blue Otter bio down there. Shibby, the team comps are set. How is Team Yippie going to win this game?
How is Team Yippie going to win this game? They're going to leverage a lot of their aggressiveness, right? Getting turret plates, understanding that you need to play towards this bot side. For Skarner specifically, maybe try to leverage dives. See what you can do, right? Help your Caitlyn Lux, because that's the lane that you want to play towards. Cassante is going to be Cassante. It's really hard to sink resources like time and gold and energy up into that top side when you're not going to get too much out of it here. Whilst inside of Lux Caitlyn, turret plates, generating that gold, seeing if we're going to see more fast swaps. We've been seeing a lot of this, at least in both the Saito GG Path to Pro Combine, but also in some of these BOL Masters games where you will see them swap really early, around the 4.5 to 5 minute mark. Their bot lane will start heading to the top side. They'll push a couple waves in, or about 1 to 2 waves, get some turret plating, shift down to the grubs, and then push another 2 waves and then swap back to the bottom lane, right? We've been seeing these kind of fast swaps, as I like to call them, and the team that can get those off the quickest, the team that can get those off the cleanest, should generate a sizable 1 to 1.5 thousand gold lead, simply based off of their rotations here. Well, hopefully you can see that from Team Yippie. With a lane like Caitlyn Lux, it is one of those really, really oppressive lanes. Not that I'm saying Jhin and Karma can't handle it, but if played correctly, Team Yippie should just have a nice, sizable gold lead stemming from their bot side.
Yeah, and with the swap, potentially, they could just take Olaf out of the game, right? When you take a look at an Olaf and a Cassante, and you put them up against the respective bot lanes, I mean, Cassante is going to come out better in every scenario.
Yeah.
Kasante really the quintessential champion that can go into pretty much any swap just because of how useful he's going to be later. And if you render this Olaf useless, this is where the Girl Masters team composition really, really misses out because you don't have that extra punch later on, that extra split push that's a really big threat because I don't know if Team Yippie actually has anybody who can handle the split pushing Olaf with all things being equal.
Yeah, it is tough here. Olaf, one of those champions, very, very reliant on income and gold here was Kasante. Almost always we see them go down in these lane swap scenarios, and they'll still be relevant, right? They'll still be tanky. They still have kill potential, insect potential with the ultimate. They'll almost always be useful because they are a tank here. My eyes on the Grill Master specifically is this Volley Bear, right? How much can he get done? How active can he be? Because Skarner fundamentally is just going to outscale Volley Bear. I know we don't typically think of scaling in terms of jungle champions, but Skarner is going to build Heartsteel. He's going to end up going Unending Despair, right? Potentially an Abyssal Mass. Like, he's just going to get stronger, and he's going to scale way better than this Volley Bear into the mid game, into the late game. He's just going to be much more of a tank here. And Team Yippie have a very nice 2-tank, 3 DPS setup, or 2.5 DPS setup. And like you said, a very solid pick composition, right? Absorb a lot of this damage, frontline against the Jhin, frontline against the Orianna. Eventually, you'll land a Syndra stun or a Lux binding, and one of those twos will chain into each other. And then that guy, whoever it is, will be dead.
Or a Skarner Impale that hits multiple targets. True. Speaking of Skarner Impale, I believe Shibby and I are being Skarner Impaled as we're waiting for the teams to get into the game. So we're going to take a very short break, and when we return, we'll be on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this best of 5 Fearless series between Team Yippie and the Omega McDonald's Grow Masters in the BOL Masters Semifinals. See you soon. All right, Otters, we've made it on to Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of this best of 5 series. Team Yippie and the Omega McDonald's Grow Masters going at it. Shibby, do we think we will see the swap? A couple interesting things to note. So we have a barrier on Caitlyn. The cleanse not really going to do you too well. However, this means that this Jhin Karma, if they go head-to-head with the Caitlyn Lux, has opportunities for kills.
Yeah, it's tough because when you're going that cleanse lane or when you're going cleanse as the Jhin, you see the barrier, you pretty much have like 0 kill angles, right? You always feel like you're down a summoner spell, you don't have that combat summoner. Interesting that you would say cleanse isn't really that good for Caitlyn. I feel like in some scenarios you would want to cleanse Volley Bear Stun or Jhin W, right? But Sneaky Turt wanting to leverage that Caitlyn Lux to its utmost capabilities here, as we do get a slight pause. 1 minute,
it happens sometimes.
In. Yeah, I think we'll be out of this very, very quickly. Sneaky Turt and Imp Duo, a bot lane that has impressed me throughout the BOL season, and I want to see what they can do with this Caitlyn Lux lane, arguably the most aggressive bot lane pairing in League of Legends. They have to get 2-3 plates down. They have to generate gold, right? Like, they cannot go even against Jhin Karma because this team this team Omega McDonald's Grill Masters composition will just kind of run you over, I believe, in the mid game with Karma, with Orianna, with Olaf, these kind of champions.
I must say, I'm a little sad that we're not going to see a swap, but that does mean we'll see Sneaky Turt, Imp Duo, Pierce Blade, Barco Duck go head-to-head, which is very nice and a good treat for all the viewers watching at home, as both junglers are starting on the top side of their map, and I imagine that Dark Lord wants to make an impact on this bottom lane. You know, you can get this bot lane of Jhin and Karma pushed in, especially against the Caitlyn Lux. Maybe make some dives happen early.
Yeah, there's a lot on, I believe, Sneaky Turks and Impio's shoulders here, but the main thing to pay attention to, and the guy that I wanted to see get things done early, is Fortnite here on the Volley Bear. See what he can do, see if he can get after it. We do get a slight pause, as maybe we have a disconnect or someone's having some issues here, but Fortnite is the guy to keep an eye on. Volley Bear is one of those champions that, yeah, you can power farm till 6. You can opt in to wait, interact, as Fortnite does leave the game here, probably disconnection issues. But you want to get things done early, right? You want to use your flash Q. You want to, burn flash for flash on mid or flash for flash on bottom lane here. While on the side of Dark Lord, he kind of has his options, right? He can farm till 6, wait till he has Impale, or he can get things active with the Ixtal Impact, burrowing through, getting these unique gank angles. But it will be kind of tough to gank lanes like Jhin Karma, or even the Olaf, right, who has opted in for the Flash Ghost instead of Teleport. He can burn one of those summoners and get out of dodge very, very quickly here. What's your marquee matchup, Yanni? I didn't ask you. What's your marquee matchup here in this game?
I think the most important matchup for the game is this bottom lane between Caitlyn Lux, Jhin Karma. I think the most star-powered matchup has to be Fitz versus Akata, mostly because Fitz currently sitting in Master Tier, 61% win rate, really nice. Obviously, the solo queue is not everything. Akata is currently Grandmaster and was Grandmaster in Split 2 of 2023, doing very well for himself with a 56% win rate. Almost has 100 wins on the season already. And it's something really cool to see that you just get players of this caliber coming in playing these leagues. And I truly do hope that means that we'll see something more out of Akata. Maybe into 2025 if he wants to take the next step competitively. And this would be a great showcase to be like, yeah, I can dominate people at the Master Tier level. I want to go and do more.
Yeah, maybe potential OQs or Combine.
It wouldn't be the first. Wouldn't be the first.
Would not be potential Combine or OQ sighting for Akata next year. But yeah, first he's got to get through the hurdles of BOL Masters. He's got to get through Fitz first before he can really start to kind of say, hey, you know what? I'm ready for the next level, or I can kind of contend with the next level. As we do have Fortnite connecting back in. He was having some PC issues here, but yeah, I like how you brought that up, right? I know typically Orianna Syndra, one of those snoozer matchups, but really kind of showcases, for mid laners who has the deepest understanding of mid lane, right? A very stock standard matchup. Who can leverage what, right? Fitz, if played correctly with the Comet, with the Syndra, can look to bully out Akata. Akata obviously has the tools to kind of deal with everything that Syndra handles, right? Perfect ball placement, if you can get the E off before the W or the Q damage comes in. There's a lot of nuance when it comes to Syndra Orianna in terms of, expressing or skill expression in terms of who the better mid laner is. And if we're going by solo queue, right, which is obviously doesn't mean everything, Akata should be able to kind of leverage this matchup in his favor, make it 55-45, if not 50-50 here. So will be really interesting to see. But Fortnite is kind of connecting back in. So Yanni, I think we might take a small break if he doesn't connect back in the next, 30 seconds?
Yeah, probably. It does give me 30 seconds to talk about the Orianna Syndra matchup because you know that I love these champions.
Yes.
They're some of my favorites. Personally, I think that Syndra has a little bit of an edge if all things are equal. Both players are clearly equal skill level, something like that, because Syndra is a little bit less telegraphed and therefore has a bit of a range advantage in the sense that her abilities can come out much faster depending on where ball placement is on Orianna's side, which is why I say if everything is created equal. If the Orianna player has superior ball placement, it's a champion that is incredibly difficult to actually do anything into in lane except for, your jungler coming in and ganking, right? Orianna can be so oppressive, so I am really looking forward to seeing how the Orianna shakes out for Akata, because Akata's a much better player than I always love watching really good players play Orianna. But that'll be enough of the Syndra Orianna talk. because we are heading into the game. So maybe we'll be able to talk about it in just a little bit. We are back. Everybody is ready to go. And I'm sure this has to be so annoying for the players, especially you get all amped up to play this game, and it's been a little tough getting it off the ground to start it off.
And you do have a slight pause here. This is very typical of the Riot client. When there is a pause in game, the replay or the spectator will slightly pause here as Barco Duck hits a nice little root here. Both junglers are headed on a pseudo collision course for that bot side, but look at what Fortnite is doing right now. Has lane priority in the mid. Bottom lane is slightly shoved in, but he's just gonna walk into Dark Lord.
Here we go, stun going down. Dark Lord takes so much damage. He's forced to flash over the wall, trying desperately to get to his Lux and Caitlyn. But Lux's abilities have all been used to try to stem the tide here. Sneaky Turret forced to flash over the wall. He's gonna get rooted as well.
That's a high value invade there, right? Fortnite ends up blowing the flash here, but both Dark Lord and Sneaky Turret have to blow their flashes as well. And he's going to get this red side, or at least this red buff, away from Dark Lord here. Skarner, one of those champions that is very vulnerable to early invades. And especially if it's a PTA Volibears, we do see maybe Dark Lord's bot lane is going to move up here. Nope, they cannot leverage their lane advantage. So Fortnite is going to walk away with a red buff. And Dark Lord is just going to have to either track all the way back up to that Scuttle Crab and pray that Fortnite doesn't do some maniacal pathing and tries to meet him there. In reality, a 1 camp lead and a 1 buff lead for Fortnite here, 3 buffing Dark Lord. Really going to slow down that level 6.
And with Sneaky Turret not having a flash shibby, that also means that this Caitlyn Lux lane doesn't really get to leverage their early strength. You can see they're the ones getting pushed in. Pierceblade is the one who is doing the zoning here. And just more and more damage coming down means that that advantage that we thought Team Yippie would have is not there. Dark Lord, though, ready to gank on this top side. This large wave is coming in now. Slappy Joe does have a ghost and not a teleport. So if you can kill him somehow, it'll just end his game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dark Lord is just going to opt in for those Krugs here. Fortnite does understand that his Krugs are being taken. He will probably try to contest either this Gromp or this Wolves if he looks to kind of leverage that mid lane advantage. And like you said, that Caitlyn Lux lane, without that flash on Sneaky Turret, really loses its luster, right? Really loses its ability, like you said, to kind of push in, play aggressive, because Fortnite could still be in the bottom side, because he could sneak in here. As we see Fortnite, again, maniacal pathing. Completed his Wolves, skips the Raptor camp, says, I want to play for more. You took my Krugs, I'm going to take your life.
Insert best name is nearby to be able to help out. Smite can be secured. Get that Gromp for yourself as Fortnite continues to poke his head in, be a really annoying bear. The porridge is just right for him. As he's now walking up to this wolf camp as well. Dark Lord does see him, and
He's got a dip.
He's driven out here. This is really bad, and best name can't come to help out. Fitz can't come to help out right now. It's rough.
Yeah, he's going to take the Wolves back. He took my Krugs. I'm taking some back here. And I mean, Fortnite, on top of gaining camp lead or you know, kind of harassing Skarner, he's also allowing himself to be kind of like a human ward, right? Tracking where the jungler is, not through his mind, not through his eyes, but with his body, right? Giving it selflessly to his laners to make sure that, like, players like Barco Duck, players like Pierceblade can understand where Skarner is or where he will be, and they can play appropriately. Same thing with Akata, who has been kind of shoving Fitz in and leveraging, like you said, that Orianna Syndra matchup. But Dark Lord is going to use this time, is going to use the back timing of this Janna lane to start this dragon, get an Infernal Dragon for themselves here, and an appropriate trade from Fortnite here. I think Grubs, 6 Grubs specifically, on champions like Olaf, could be opening itself up to a viable win condition for Slappy Joe, if not a gold path.
Couldn't agree more, Shibby. Although Fitz finds himself in trouble, he can't flash out of the shockwave. It'll be Pierceblade picking up first blood.
Beautiful, beautiful roam from Pierceblade off of the back here. I feel like at this level, you should already understand that most supports off of back will just path mid, you know, kind of subconsciously, right? Look for some sort of opportunity, look for some sort of roam, as he is going to take advantage of blue buff. Neither jungler has taken a back, though. These guys are sitting on jungle item, and that's it. They cannot really contest with somebody like this Cassante, who is level 6 with items.
Yeah, it is a 1,700 gold difference between them right now. But Fortnite's going to get some extra help from Akata, but Akata's out of mana, and Fortnite is taking a lot of damage as Best Name gets the job done with a bit of help from Fitz.
Biting off a little more than he could chew here. Fortnite.
Uh-oh, Slappy Joe.
Knows the ultimate's down.
Perfect spot, forces the flash, follows it up with his own flash. The Unstoppable's not going to help you out, but he's tanking a lot of turret shots. Slappy Joe a little close, but manages to get the solo kill.
I love that. Leveraging the fact that Insert Best Name does not have his ultimate available, he immediately used it onto Fortnite here. And flash Q into resetting the Q was very, very nice from Slappy Joe on the Olaf. He almost gets an instantaneous or pretty much double Q within the span of a second. Slows him down, allows him to get more autos off, keeps his ultimate going. Despite tanking like, what, 2-3 tower shots, is able to get the kill onto Insert Best Name here and leveraging that ultimate advantage. Small gold lead for the Omega Grill Masters here, but Fortnite still
in
has to be a
trouble.
little weary. I think he's
Force
okay.
the flash and heal, and he'll eat the ace in the hole as well. So that'll should force the Karma back, or at least take a heavy back seat. I'm not sure if this allows Sneaky Turret and M2O to start breaking down these plates. They have gotten none so far.
Yeah, I said the worst thing you could do here is go even. You do see a small gold lead in the hands of Sneaky Turret here, 31 to 27.
Here we go.
Out of 400, and this is where it starts to ramp up here, right?
Uh-oh.
On top of Sneaky Turret. Oh, nice. Nice binding. Barco Duck does have to cleanse that here, but this is where the gold lead starts to get out of hand, right? The pressure starts to become a little bit insurmountable because Barco Duck, or sorry, Sneaky Turret, on top of getting those turret plates, has opted in for a call. He's going for more gold. He's trying to farm, and he's leveraging that Caitlyn to its utmost ability here. Is even despite that, a small 500 gold lead on the side of Omega Grill Masters, but that's sequestered in that top jungle, right?
See what the move is here for the Grill Masters. Pierce Blade, just as much poke down as he can. Barco Duck finally going to be able to get it back off, but it should mean that Sneaky Turret is able to get a shove in. Nothing too crazy after the first objective trade. Second Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes now. And unfortunately for spectator client, go-up timers are still not there half the time.
Yeah, I mean, Riot Games, gotta love them. As Grubs should be coming up, I believe, in about a minute and a half or so here. Kind of coincides with this Cloud Dragon that's coming up, and it'll be really interesting to see how these teams kind of where they put their resources, right? Where they put their players, what side they want to overload. If we see the Omega McDonald's Ghoul Masters push for those 6 grubs, or at least 4 or 5 here, and we just kind of concede the dragon and say, you know what, you guys can have it. We'll fight you on 3rd, 4th if it's a good soul here, or if they want to trade, they do the trade back, right? 1 dragon for 1 dragon is.
Oh my God, M2O! M2O is insane! What sidesteps coming out from this Lux support? Listen, in order to play Lux support well, you need to have excellent movement like that.
0 out of 4 for Barco Duck, by the way, right? Not one of those curtain calls actually ended up landing here, and M2O potentially saves himself from a back, right? Allows for pressure. If he gets it with 2, even 3 of those, might have to back, might have to play the lane a little bit safer. But because he takes virtually 0 damage here, he's able to keep playing in this lane, as we do see Fortnite and Dark Lord hovering around this mid lane. We could see a 2v2.
Ooh, Shockwave just on the edge. What a flash from Fortnite, but here comes Dark Lord. He buffers the Impale perfectly with his own ultimate, and it's a clean 1-0, and that means the Grubs go to the way of the Grill Masters. Shibby, I must say I'm surprised that they haven't utilized Sneaky Turret and M2O to try to secure any Grubs.
Yes, we do see an all-in coming out from Insert Best Name. Sleepy Joe, though, is on Olaf. Could be rough. Actually just walks out of the all-out from Cassante here. Might look for a return kill angle. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Sneaky Turret and M2O have just kind of been, I wouldn't say stuck in that bot side, but just kind of opted to play for that bot lane leverage here. But I want to commend Fortnite there. That was a really good ultimate to cancel out the Impale you can tell he plays Volibear, right? You can tell
Yeah.
he really understands that champion. As 4 plates have gone down to Sneaky Tart at M2O, so you could argue an overall win for Team Yippie's at least bot lane here. They opt in for that Grubs and Dragon trade here. Look how much gold Sneaky Tart is going to have by the end of this. If he's able to get this first turret, all 5 plates, first brick, like you say, this could be a real good win angle for Team Yippie here. This Caitlyn very
Big root.
strong right now.
More roots coming out. So many roots, Shibby. Fortnite is here to force off Team Yippie. As we didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but Sneaky Tart up over 30 CS right now. Up near that 10 CS a minute mark. Actually at that 10 CS a minute mark. Really doing a fantastic job, especially after things weren't looking the greatest early. They are finally taking off. The big question is, will those Grubs come back to bite them? Sneaky Tart takes a lot of damage.
Does take a lot of damage. Dark Lord
Big
is
root.
here.
Cleanse forced out. Here comes Dark Lord, but Fortnite is in the area. Barco Duck trying to get away. Good flash. You're only going to get the Volibear on the suppression. First shot. Second shot misses. Third shot misses. Fourth shot blocked by M2O. It's the only one he's been hit by all game.
Yeah, opening up that curtain call does force Sneaky Tart and M2O back.
Okay, here comes Orianna. Shockwave lands onto 2. Big play from Akata, and Pierce Blade puts a couple in the pocket.
Yeah, unfortunately ends up yoinking both of those kills there with the empowered Mantra Q. But the more important thing is forcing this Caitlyn Lux into the fountain here. You are going to lose plates, a couple in the mid lane forfeits here, but overall net benefit play for the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters, and that has just jet-setted them 3,000 gold, Yanni. It doesn't matter if Sneaky Tart and M2O have gotten 4 or 5 plates. It doesn't matter, you know, how much they've been able to leverage the CS lead, the Caitlyn Lux lane. They are just fundamentally, as a team, down in so much gold at the 14-minute mark. I want to see if the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters can actually leverage this gold lead and just keep pushing pedal to the metal here, right? Get the Rift Herald, start leveraging those into these, you know, Chemtech Dragons, and start using those item advantages in your favor. That's the next step for the Grill Masters here.
Team Yippie is going to have some problems trying to deal damage to this composition of the Grill Masters as Fortnite is sprinting down, but Akata's on the backside. It's a split fight. M2O is caught on the left. Sneaky Tart is caught on the right, and it's going to end up being a 2-0 for the side of the Grill Masters. Fry them up and put a bun on it.
The McDonald's Grill Masters are making plays across the map here as maybe a consolation prize, but Slappy Joe, 1v2, likes those odds.
See if he takes it. He pops the Ragnarok, starts running away. We won't be fighting that one, but the Rift Herald has been started up. It's a bit of a slow Rift Herald with just Skarner and Syndra. Just a lot of time off the map for Team Yippie here. It's just not beneficial for them.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Sneaky Tart and M2O are the ones to pay for that. They just got sent to the fountain. First turret does go down in that bottom lane as well because of the kind of repeat kills onto Caitlyn Lux here. So now, with a 5,000, nearly 6,000 gold lead, Sneaky Tart or Slappy Joe.
Slappy Joe, Ghost, Flash, and he's out of there. So you do get both summoners, but you need a little bit more if you're Team Yippie, especially because your bot side jungle is not yours anymore. Omega McDonald's Grill Masters, much like 2008, have foreclosed on this jungle and have made life very hard. A lot of vision has to be burnt just to secure their own side of the map.
That's tough here. As a root does land, but Chemtech Dragon actually kind of works in your favor if you need to clear some vision in your own jungle. Those, you know, kind of upgraded scrying orbs allows you to kind of clear vision very, very quickly, as we see Fritz actually using one of them right now. Will be a little tough for Team Omega McDonald's Grill Masters to kind of lay those traps, right? Kind of stay in those bushes, find Fortnite an angle. But so far, they've been doing really, really well here. Fortnite 2-1-1, 3 KP. But honestly, just using his lanes and leveraging those advantages of the Orianna, of, you know, the flashless Caitlyn, to kind of get some of these objectives. They've gotten full set of grubs. They're already primed to take this dragon that's coming up. If you look at the vision, that they've been able to place here. He's gotten his lane sufficiently ahead, both bot lane and I believe mid lane. He did his job as a jungler. When you look on the side of Dark Lord, the guy's been absolutely invisible, right? 0, 1, and 0. Gets his jungle invaded. Can't really do much. Has not been able to pull anything off on the map here. And is just kind of like a tank impale bot, and he can't even get those off.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not pulling anything other than Fortnite that one time. 2 impales, 1 target. Listen, Shippy, that ain't enough. You need a little bit more. He's spotted out on the top side, too. I mean, unless you're forcing with a Rift Herald here, you're giving the gold to Cassante. I'm not sure what the plan is here for Team Yippie. They look completely disorganized.
Well, Dark Lord is just trying to get what he can on the map, right? Maybe some errant jungle camps. I don't think Team Yippie can actually realistically contend any of these dragons, so they're going to opt into cross-map.
Best name is tanking the turret. What is going on? Meanwhile, the bottom side, Fitz is having a fit right now because Akata is going to try to solo kill him. Flash gets burned. Akata will follow up and will be able to take him out.
Top lane does go down here, and might see some more aggression in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, Sneaky Turret has nowhere to go. His goose is cooked. Whoa! Whoa, my God! Sneaky Turret with the flash over the wall. His turret was not superheated. Barco Duck is now caught between a rock and a hard place. Has to try to dodge out of these traps. That means Dark Lord should be able to chase him down. Ace in the hole. It won't get the kill. The Impale misses. And Barco Duck miraculously escapes.
And looked like a dire situation for Sneaky Turret. He actually ends up playing that dive as well as possible. A superheated turret on top of the flash into the bush and getting that auto off. Nets him that kill, some much needed gold. A failed dive from the Grill Masters, albeit getting gold across the map. Team Yippie doing the best they can, scraping by right now. Gold lead still about 5,000 for the Grill Masters here as they pick up that Chemtech Dragon on the bot side that we saw. And like you said, I mean, best case scenario, they invest that Rift Herald, they took a turret down, but in reality, that gold went into Skarner and Cassante. 2 champions that realistically don't need a ton of gold to function. They're tanks, Yanni. You want this to go into your Syndra AP carry, your Caitlyn AD carry. The gold going into the top side kind of is a little bit of salt in the wound, really. While you look on the side of the Omega Grill Masters, they've got evenly distributed kills, evenly distributed gold. Everyone on their side is a threat.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me, Shibby. You got to put it into the hands of one of your carries. Put the ball in their hands, not in Best Name's hand. I know that he was, generally seen as one of the all-stars for this season. We had official all-star voting by 4 people, and he got 3 votes on Otter Talk. But he's playing Cassante. This is not the player that you need to be putting the gold on. 20 minutes into the game, and while we've seen some signs of life of Team Yippie, this is the Grill Masters game to lose.
Yeah, 100% here. And we could potentially be here for a long series. One thing that we can talk about is we kind of get into a bit of a lull state as Vision is being cleared out here. As this is the best of 5, right? Best of 5 full Fearless specifically. And Yanni, you and I both know how intense and how deep your pockets have to be when you get into the best of 5. So four full Fearless here. As the NACL has shown us, if you're not ready, if you don't have deep pockets, if your champion pools aren't ready, you could easily start faltering around that game 3, around that game 4 here. And a lot of powerful picks have been used on the side of Team Yippie, right? These champions are now draft picks, are now resources, right? You only get to use them one time. Syndra's gone, Skarner's gone, Cassante's gone, right? Champions that can kind of mold to multiple team comps have been taken away here. While you look on the side of the Grill Masters, nothing really is given away. Volibear, Olaf, like realistically, Orianna and Jhin are the 2 champions I look at that can kind of be pick and placed anywhere, and you're not burning too much on the side of the Grill Masters here, so you've still got a lot of gas, a lot of steam here. But on the side of Team Yippie, I feel like they've kind of used a lot of their juice in this game 1 draft and aren't getting anything out of it.
And while Caitlyn Lux individually aren't like, oh, power picks, them combined is a power pick that you're losing. I'd argue that in every role, they lost something of value here. And I don't see any signs of them starting to really come back in this game because This Jhin is completely fine, right? Has had some time to scale. He's on 2 items. The one saving grace for Team Yippie, there are a lot of shutdowns available on the Omega Grill Masters, and it has to start there. They need to make a side lane play onto somebody.
Yeah, you talked about, this kind of composition being a pick comp through and through. They haven't picked anybody, right? They haven't really been able to pick
They've only
anybody
picked their
off here.
champions.
Yeah, realistically, they may have picked their nose here. You never know, as we don't have cameras. But realistically, they haven't been able to pick anybody off. They have just kind of been faltering at the wayside along these dragons, along these objectives. And if you give that over to Grill Masters, they're more than happy to scale, right? They're more than happy to go, all right, I have the Orianna. He's going to eventually start two-shotting, three-shotting your backline here. And granted, you do have the Syndra, you do have the Skarner, and we do have Cassante who scale a lot better. But Caitlyn has that, kind of historical power drop, right?
Yeah.
Where 2 items, she hurts, but she doesn't have enough attack speed. She needs to get to that rapid fire. At 1 item, she does a lot of damage because she typically will be the strongest member on the map. But this 2-item point, I'm much more afraid of a 2-item Jhin than I am of the 2-item Caitlyn, especially around objectives and setup, especially around a team that is playing the map so well. The Grill Masters have just been moving and grooving across the map very, very well, and they haven't given the Team Yippie the opportunity to pick them off, right? It's hard to activate a pick comp when you don't get those opportunities.
They haven't tried to get those opportunities, though, Shibby. Again, they're just in 1-2-1 lanes right now. It seems like a fundamental misunderstanding of how they should play the game. And if they had pro comps, they would have had that post-draft guide to tell them how to attack the game. And without it, they seem pretty lost right now. 2 dragons over to the side of the Grill Masters. Fitz, I don't know where that scatter of the week went, but very clearly the Grill Masters are strong because nobody was hit by that one.
And now they're going to start overloading this boss side after taking their second Chemtech Drake. And the thing is, Chemtech Dragon, Chemtech Soul, very valuable for a team like the Grill Masters, right? Heal and shield power going up, tenacity going up, stats that you want into champions like Syndra, like Skarner, like Caitlyn. If you become harder to kill, this pick comp becomes harder to execute. So you got to start, finding out when you're going to start contesting these dragons, maybe setting up vision 30 minutes or 30 seconds to a minute and a half prior to this dragon. Start setting up vision plays and traps because it is looking rough for Team Yippie here. And the Grill Masters just have to pull that trigger on that Baron. Once they reset, once they cash in some of this gold, they start picking up a couple control wards on the side of Fortnite, Pierce Blade, and maybe one more member, they can really start snuffing out the vision of this Baron side and maybe just kind of start Baron with impunity. They are, about 5,000 gold ahead. That's more than enough to kind of start Baron, peel off of it, start it again, force Team Yippie to come into you, and if they don't execute 99 out of 100 or 100 out of 100, they lose that fight, they lose the Baron, they probably lose the game.
And really, on the side of Team Yippie, what are we waiting for here, right? Skarner's going to get tankier, sure. You could theoretically get infinite Heartsteel procs, but that doesn't seem very likely to happen. Fitz hits that power spike later on once you get all the Splinters of Wrath. And at this point, it's just Sneaky Turret needing to get to 6 items. This is a long time for the Grill Masters to just cultivate their lead, take every objective. You can already tell every time you see the shield come out from the Karma, that extra shielding power just doing so much. By the way, she's got Malignance too, so she's actually doing damage. This mid lane turret is so close to falling.
Yeah, it feels like the Grill Masters really want to kind of siege this mid lane turret before they start any kind of opportunities on the Baron. Rightfully so. You could argue it opens up the map. It allows them to kind of place deeper ward as Fortnite is going to be caught in a 2v3 with Akeda here.
Well, he's able to hop away, and another Skarner Impale that does not hit a target. Shibby, that's 4 Impales, 1 target hit. I hate to be picking on it and keeping count, but that is an ultimate that you expect to have a large impact in a game that has done nothing.
Yeah, and it feels like Fortnite specifically had this pick ready, right? They kind of gave Skarner first pick away and said, oh,
sure,
fine, take it. Why not? You can have it. Because now, with that tech that Fortnite has...
Good flash, shockwave, and once again, Fitz fails to escape the clutches of Akada.
Akada and Fortnite buddying up, getting that kill onto here, so more gold going into the pocket of on either of these guys. Let's see if they can leverage it as we do get momentary pause. But right now, the gold lead is just getting further and further away from Team Yippie here, right? And that's the go-ahead. That is the trigger for that Baron to be started. Mid lane turret going down, bottom lane tier 2, kill onto Fitz, 15 seconds till he respawns. Team Yippie, this is your shot. 4v5, and that's about it. You've got to get something here.
No shockwave available for Orianna means that they do have a shot, but Slappy Joe is doing what he can to keep them at arm's length. Fortnite getting it on the backside, but the Exhaust impact hits nobody. The curtain call coming through. Suppression on the only one target. Curtain call does not get the kill, but they end up trading 1-for-1. But it's Olaf eating everybody up on the back line. Fitz is forced to run away, but he goes down. Best name's gonna fall next. It's a triple kill going to Slappy Joe, and it's only Dark Lord who can skitter away.
Is a bit rough for Team Yippie here. It felt like that was their last shot. It felt like that was their one time to go here. Ultimate's down for Omega Grill Masters. Yes, it was a 4v5, but you maybe could have worked with something. But unfortunately, the Grill Masters just kind of showing why they're the better team here. They played the better game. Really kind of indexing on their win conditions, really understanding how their composition functions. And Fortnite got a really nice flank onto the backside of Team Yippie, and that allows this Olaf that we talked about with all the distraction, with all that interference, to just rip through this backline of Syndra, Caitlyn, and Lux. Uh-oh, as I say
The
that.
shields are not good enough. Sneaky Turret will get credit for that kill. I mean, I don't know if that's going to turn the game, but it is a big shutdown, Shibby.
It's a big shutdown, and that's going to start the Baron. Desperation Baron at best, right? You've got numbers advantage.
Kata's here.
5v4.
Shockwave.
Kata.
Only on to Fitz, but it takes him down so low. Kata's been giving him fits all game. As Bark go duck over on the side, onto Best Name. You can see he does a lot of damage to Cassante. That is a scary proposition. Baron helping out here. He's going to die. The Cassante's going to die. Managed to live over on the side. It's Fortnite just forcing 3 members of Team Yippie away. They're just too strong, are the Grill Masters.
Yeah, I mean, they've just got a wallet diff, right? 10,000 gold ahead right now. They're going to pick up this Chemtech Dragon. Third one in their pockets. More shielding and healing power. More tenacity for the Grill Masters. And surely they just start the Baron, right? Surely they just rip it and they end the game here. They don't got to wait too much longer. They are so far ahead right now. 3 items almost across the board. 4 items for Slappy Joe specifically here. I mean, they are just so far ahead right now.
It is ridiculous, Shibby. Akata is nigh unkillable. Much more utility-based true damage build. Meanwhile, Barco Duck just has your quintessential 3 items on Jhin. You saw what he was doing to Best Name. You know what he's going to do to Dark Lord then. And if he gets his eyes on a squishy, one auto attack will do so much. Team Yippie need another pick, and then another pick, and then another pick. And they need to be on the targets with shutdowns.
Yeah, I mean, they need so much of that gold. Also going into the pockets of players like Fitz and Sneaky Turret, right? They don't need the shutdown gold going into Dark Lord or insert Best Name. There is a slight angle for them to come back here. Maybe they can kind of just keep ping-ponging waves, absorbing gold. But this Baron should just seal the deal, right? I feel like the Grill Masters are being a little too hesitant. You've got enough traps down. You've got enough of your vision down. You should just start to force this here. But instead, they're playing very slow. They're playing a little bit too methodical for my liking. Slappy Joe is just kind of hammering away at potentially that bot lane tier 3 here. Going toe-to-toe with insert Best Name.
Yeah, honestly, Shibby, why not? Let your Olaf split push here. Let him put in work. Let him whittle down this Cassante. Now, Slappy Joe does not have teleport, so it is a thing to note that if he's bottom, the best that Grill Masters can do is a 4v4. The Best Name also without a teleport, and you just can't leave this Olaf unchecked. The turret will fall. The base broken in the bottom side this time, as now 2 inhibitors are down, and the Grill Masters continue to get push in the top side. They are now on the Baron. Meanwhile, Team Yippie is completely pulled off, and they know they need to help out and try to deal with Slappy Joe.
Yeah.
Comes Syndra. Fitz is going to get engaged on by the Olaf, and he will just rip him to shreds. The thumbs up, but he whiffs. Now this Baron, it could be a toss-up down to 3,000 HP. Dark Lord trying to get in there, but the root down does so much damage to the Lux. Dark Lord's in the back of the pit, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the members. They're just trying to throw everything they can at it. And the Baron, while it might go over to the Grill Masters, the rest of the team fight will also go to them. On the backside, Akata picked up 2. Teleports coming into the base. Slappy Joe is running down the last member and insert best name. Who's gonna get it? The answer is Olaf. 20 kills to 4. The Grill Masters getting the job done here in game 1.
What a statement game for game 1 on the Grill Masters side here, right? 20-4, slow, methodical, surgical, absolutely dismantling Team Yippie composition here, and 1-0 lead and a lot of good champions taken off the board here for full Fearless. Neither of these 10 champions will be available for the next match and for the rest of the series here. Team Yippie already down quite a bit, both in match point but also champions here. They're going to have to dig very deep into their pockets to make this a series.
Well, they do have the champions available, Shibby. I thought this composition would have done so much better, and they just weren't able to do anything. I mean, you take a look at the damage numbers. I mean, Jin didn't really do a whole lot of damage, and he out-damaged Fitz. He out-damaged Sneaky Turret. I would say Barco Duck just kind of had an average game at best. He didn't have to do too much. He was a late game insurance policy, but it was really just everybody else. Everybody won except for the bot lane, and outside of like giving up turret, right? I mean, Jin and Karma had kills. They gave up a lot of plates, but they took first turret too. So you went even in the Caitlyn Lux lane at best. I don't know, Shibby. What do you think Team Yippie has to do going into game 2? Because they have to erase this one from their memory really quickly.
Simplicity, right? Dumb it down. These kind of compositions, these pick compositions that we talk about, do take a lot of mechanical prowess to execute, a lot of knowledge on how to play the macro game as well. Simplify it, right? I feel like the Grill Masters composition, very easy to execute. You have Orianna, you have Volibear, you've got Jin Karma. You know what you need to do. You run at them, right? With the Volibear, with the Olaf. You leverage some of this early game advantages. I think Fortnite did a really good job with this Volibear. I'm going to say counter pick into this corner because that's what it functioned like, right? 0 impales landing. Really beautiful timing with the ultimate to kind of, make himself invulnerable, intargetable, and just kind of be a menace across the map here. And when you have Akeda, who, at least in game 1, and throughout the laning phase and everything like that, kind of showed that he is a better mid laner at the moment, right? Shoving in Fitz, keeping him under pressure, right? Keeping him under the turret here, finding those roam timings into the bottom side. Like, if you do have one of those better mid laners, as a jungler, the game becomes much easier to play, and your compositions become much easier to execute here. For the Team Yippies, or the Team Yippie guys, I think they just need to dumb it down. Pick something front to back, leverage the fact that you have Sneaky Turn and M2O, a very good bot lane in their own right, a very good AD carry in his own right, and just play those fights. Just play the front to back, the double tank. You can do it. I think this flavor of double tank pick composition just was not it for me. Still a lot of good champions on the board right now. You've got, obviously, Jarvan, Xin Zhao in the jungle. You've got things like Jinx, Corki still available if it doesn't get banned out. A lot of good hyper carries in the meta that are available for these guys. I think there's a lot that Team Yippie can do. It's just, I don't know if they'll actually go back to the drawing board and be willing to dumb down their compositions after having a week to prepare for these guys.
Shibby says ease of execution, wombo combo, unga bunga. I couldn't agree more, because you need to get a little bit more out of every fight you take against the Grill Masters. We are going to take a short break while the teams split apart and go through what worked and what didn't. When we return, we'll give you the Game 2 draft of the Blue Otter League semifinals for Masters. Team Yippie trailing 1-0 in the series. The Grill Masters putting grill marks on them. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Blue Otter League Masters semifinals between the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters and Team Yippie. Shibby, we saw what the Grill Masters can do. They popped off last game. They looked very strong. Going to go into game 2, and I want to see what kind of different look Team Yippie is going to pull out. You said ease of execution. We're not going to see an Amumu, so that's a champion off the ease of execution list.
Yeah, pretty similar bans from game 1 here. The Zac being removed away as well. And for anybody that's just tuning in, we are in full Fearless for this best of 5. What that means is that those grayed out champions are not available for the rest of the series here. And if we go to a game 4 and game 5, the rules change just a little bit. In game 4, I believe you only get 3 bans, and the champions that have been picked are not available. In game 5, all the champions that have become picked are not available, but there are no bans at all. So things like the Corki, the Amumu, the Talia, Hui, and stuff could be opened up if this goes to a game 5 here. But with the Grillers kind of making a statement game here, Yanni. Talked about it a little bit offline. We thought they would lose maybe 3-1 on Team Yippie's side, but the Grillers, they might just end up taking this 3-0 as the Jinx does get first picked. But the new and improved Swain is on the menu for Yippie here.
Did you call him new and improved?
Okay, Riot says he's new and improved. Maybe the win rates in the Swain mains don't agree necessarily, but I think that the masses have figured him out right now. They were kind of troubled because you don't typically go the Roa now. I've been seeing the Blackfire Torch. It's kind of a more of like an AP one-shot-ish build, because you can get multiple channels or multiple demonic flares off his ultimate in a fight potentially. So the idea isn't necessarily to live super long, it's to get maybe like 1 or 2 demonic flares off and just pop some of these guys here. But I want to see what these guys kind of bring up. Nocturne Swain is a nasty composition, but I feel these champions don't actually link up or sync up very well.
Not at all, Shibby, and we'll have to see what the rest of the Team Yippie is, because already it feels like 2 picks that are sort of like oil and water that don't interact very well with each other. Meanwhile, for the Grill Masters, they do have 2 picks that interact well with each other. The Nautilus is going to come in, provide the Jinx some protection, provide you some pick potential on a primary target, and this is a pretty smooth pickup. The Kindred. Now, I'm interested to see how Swain's ultimate will interact against a Kindred-based team that wants to fight in a giant circle. That'll be something to watch out for sure, Shibby.
Yeah, you mentioned oil and water on the side of Yippie. Feel like the Grill Masters have French fries and milkshakes on their side. Two things that go very, very well together right now. You've got a double AD carry composition. You've got the Nautilus. Now you just need a little bit more frontline and AP threat, either round out that top side or the mid lane here. As we talk about why Swain and Nocturne are kind of oil and water is because Nocturne's one of those champions that wants to go in. He needs dive buddies. He needs an Ari. He needs a Yone. He needs someone like that to kind of go in. Aurora, another fantastic champion that goes in with the Nocturne. You do have the Alistar. You do have a dive buddy here, but you need DPS. You need damage to come in on the side of Team Yippie for this Nocturne to function properly. Those champions I mentioned still on the board. Aurora, Yone, Ari, these kind of things. But that'll be really tough. Maybe this Swain actually ends up going into the bottom lane here, as Swain is a triflex, right? Mid, top, and AP carry is possible.
I mean, you could even still play him support. Some people are still doing it. It's not great anymore, but you could still put him there, right? He is actually a champion that if you were to ask me, you know, like what champion in this game has the most likelihood of playing 4 roles, it's really Swain. I'm interested to see if the Grill Masters try to pick up a Poppy and fit that into their team composition. I think it would be pretty excellent here. You get to keep the Alistar away. You get to kind of play protection for Jinx, keep the Nocturne away once he uses his ultimate, and then make sure that the Swain can't get close.
You can boot him out. You can boot him out with the ultimate, right? Poppy ultimate into Swain ultimate. If he gets hit by it, sorry, that demonic ascension is just going to get absolutely useless, right? You can't really do anything with it if you're not actually draining those champions here. Poppy, very good pickup for Grill Masters if they want to. Now that you have the Silas as well, I could see a Poppy pickup coming in. Insane value here. Silas has a couple ultimates he can steal. I think Depth Charge and Jinx Rocket still pretty solid on him. But I feel like if he takes the Poppy ultimate, you know, he might not be able to use it as effectively here. A lot of dash, a lot of short-range champions kind of coming out on the side of Team Yippie here. You have to believe Grill Masters, if they had the ability, they would have picked up that Olaf again as the Rise comes in for the Grill Masters here. A pretty solid answer into the Silas.
They will finish it off with a Renekton, which isn't nearly as good, and also gives Dominus over to Silas, which is a little worrisome, but you just play for your lane, go with an aggressive top laner that allows your Kindred some room to breathe and gives time for your Rise and your Jinx to scale up. Now, what's going to be the last pick for Team Yippie? It's not going to be a top laner, so it will be Renekton into either Silas or Swain. I have to think it's probably Swain, but I'm not really sure, Shibi. Where do you think this is going?
Yeah, I think Swain top could really leverage its advantage against the Renekton here. Although the thing with Silas is one of his biggest counters, one of its toughest matchups is usually into those AD solo laners. If I'm Grill Masters, I want to purposely set up my Renekton to wherever this Silas is. I want my Rise into the Swain, right? I want them to get into like a ranged war where which champion scales better? I put my money on the Rise every single time, right? Roa tier into what could be like a Frozen Heart if you want to go tankier, or you could just go straight into the Death Cap, right? A lot of good scaling options. We have also seen Rises opt in for skipping the Roa and just going Archangel straight into damage here. A lot of good options. If I'm the Grill Master side, I want to position these lanes, my melee Renekton versus the melee Silas, and my ranged Rise into the ranged Swain here. Because Renekton really relying on that early gold, really relying on leveraging that early base damage, early cooldowns, especially with that Rage Bar coming in here. Dominus for Dominus, even if it is Silas versus Renekton, I give that to Rennie every single time.
One thing I want to point out, and I'm calling it right here, Shibi. This is the Pro Comps pick of the draft. I love this Sivir, by the way. I think Sivir, with her 4 melee buddies, yeah, sure, Swain's ranged, but when he ultimates, he's really melee. Gonna get so much use out of that on the hunt ultimate that's going to speed them up, help them chase down some of these enemies that are going to be running scared, because if you are ahead on the side of Team Yippie, you're going to be driving the Grill Masters away, and you're going to need the ability to chase them down and close out these kills.
Yeah, we kind of didn't really touch up on it too much, right, when it did get locked in, but it's just a very good slot-in, supportive, utility-style AD carry that can do damage, right? We get
especially
later in the
early.
game, 300, 400 CS Sivir. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those champions that can leverage its early game advantages, can leverage that boomerang blade, just keeps the lane shoving,
Big
keeps
buff.
it pushed, allows this Alistar as well to kind of get unlocked out of that bottom lane, right? That's the big thing. gank the Rise, gank potentially the Renekton here, right? Play second jungler as Alistar's most typically will do here. Set up some of that damage for your Sylas, for your Nocturne. I like it. Like you said, we did have some issues with the first, blue one, R1, R2 from both Swain and Nocturne, talking about how these champions are a little bit anti-synergistic. The Sivir kind of covers that up very, very well, right? With the on the hunt. These Swain will be able to get into your backline if you opt in for a front to back fight here, especially because you have double AD carry. You want to go for these extended fights. You want to start kind of, chipping away. You have a lot of damage, but do you have the tankiness with the Nautilus, with the Renekton here? That's the big thing. Double AD carry comps, in my...
Oh, there he goes. Double AD carry comps, in his opinion, are very strong. I think that is the rest of Shibby's opinion. Well, while we try to get Shibby back from the ether, we're going to take a very short break, and when we return, we'll be on Summoner's Rift for Game 2 with the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters and Team Yippie, and hopefully Shibby as my co-caster. All right, Otters, we're back on the Rift. Game 2 between the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters and Team Yippie. Team Yippie choosing to go on the red side. Shibby, one thing I wanted to talk about before you so rudely disconnected on me. The ease of execution is not really there for Team Yippie. We talked about how we really want that, and it's not really there, but the Grill Masters also have a composition that's not as easy to execute.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Don't tell me he did it again. All right. Shibby has apparently left me once again for the evening. I'm super sad and really disappointed as Nautilus Hook doesn't quite land there. Not quite hitting the mark, although did get the flash out of the Alistar. Love to see how Team Yippie comes out here because they had a really, really tough game 1 where things were exceedingly poorly for them. And they have to come out with some bite here. If they come out and they just roll over and take the L, it'll be tough. It will put them down 2-0, and at that point, it's really hard to come back down 2-0 in a series.
Yeah,
No
especially in full
shenanigans
kills.
on lane swaps. Oh, he's back. He's here. Shibby, did you hear the first thing I mentioned?
I did not, but I can just assume she talked about how it's tough to go down 2-0 and that, Team Yippie, they've got to come out
Absolutely
swinging.
not. Well, I
They've
did
got-
mention that, but that wasn't the first thing I said. I
They've
want
got
to
to come
talk
out
about.
swinging.
I know. I want to talk about ease of execution because Team
Yes.
Yippie has not listened to you. Clearly, this is a bit of a hard comp to actually put together. But also on the side of the Grill Masters, they don't have it easy either.
No. Double AD carry, especially with kind of like the lack of a true frontline tank, right? You've got Nautilus, who's half a tank because he's on support income, and you've got Renekton, who is kind of a tank for about 8 seconds as his Dominus is going here. Realistically, executing on this double AD carry composition without a 2-tank front line can be a little bit rough here. I will say I do like Team Yippie's composition if we're comparing it in terms of ease of execution from game 1 to game 2. You press R on Sivir, your whole team runs at him. Eventually, Swain catches up. Press the Nocturne ultimate. Like there is an ability to kind of run these team fights over. You just have to make sure your target focus is really, really good here, right? Because if you're going all your resources onto Jinx, Kindred's allowed to free hit, and vice versa here, right? I think specifically in this case, Jinx is much more important than the Kindred as the resets could end up
Intuo's in
happening.
trouble. The Ignite is
Oh my
on.
God.
He's got no flash. Remember, the flash forward, it'll be first blood for Barco Duck.
And we talked about how good of a bot lane Sneaky Turt and Imtuo have been in the regular season. I mean, Barco Duck and Pierceblade not just doing a commendable job, an absolutely admirable job of kind of handling this bot lane, right? They took on the Caitlyn Lux bot lane in game 1 and came out relatively okay. Now they're on a much better lane, in my opinion, in the Jinx and Nautilus, and have already leveraged their champions into an early first blood.
Rough stuff for Team Yippie. This is not what you wanted to see early. Jinx getting a kill when she's at her weakest, essentially, Shibby. Now the pressure is going to be fully on Dark Lord. Level 4 right now, still matching the level of Fortnite, but just need to hit level 6 and start using that paranoia as soon as possible, and need to use it on cooldown.
Not just getting a kill out of it, but objectives, right? We talk about how important it is for these Nocturnes to get things going with their ultimates. Has to be objectives, cannot be kills. You have maybe 2 to 3 Nocturne ultimates prior to laning phase ending after your first one, and those are so critical in securing early objectives, early gold leads, and kind of
Couldn't agree more, Shibby. I think you are absolutely right. It is very critical to use the Nocturne ultimate to secure your gold leads. But we'll see how many times Dark Lord will be able to actually get one off. Right now, Okada is actually getting pushed in, which isn't overly surprising if you know much about Rise, because burns through mana like nobody's business. Slappy Joe doing what he can to keep this wave on his side of the top lane, but he is taking quite a bit in return from Best Name.
Yep.
Right you are, Shibby. Right you are. As Slappy Joe needs to heal up from his Q as gets taken dangerously low and is pretty much forced away from Best Name, who doesn't have any mana. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Barco Duck and Pierce Blade just whittling down that first plate, trying to squeeze as much value as they can. I'm going to assume Shibby's gone until he says something otherwise and interjects. We see some pings going down on to the Grubs to be ready for that one, but Fortnite is headed back up to the top side. Hasn't really made their impact known yet. Pierce Blade goes in, but M2O here for the re-engage. Sneaky Turd is now hit level 5, but does not have that spell shield, so Barco Duck doing what he can, just trying to avoid taking a lot of damage, and takes quite a bit there from the Boomerang Blade. He will tick level 5. Dark Lord gonna take a back here, get his Tunneler, get his Long Sword. The fight might start breaking out here. Pierce Blade taking so much. He lands the hook to go back in, but that's risky. Double Ignites are down. M2O forced to flash away. Barco Duck in the 1v1 with Turt, but M2O burns away. It's Sneaky Turt trying to do what he can, but the barrier is there. It's a double kill for Pierce Blade. I would say something, but I can't really see anything right now as things are not looking too hot. Having some technical difficulty issues crop up. But what we can see is it's 3 kills to nothing for the Girl Masters right now. This Nocturne is hiding out on the bottom side, and it looks like Pierce Blade will give his life over to the Dark Lord. Jinx trying desperately to get away, but it looks like they will leave that kill for the Sivir. It is a shutdown going over to Sneaky Turt. Very quickly, Team Yippie gets a couple back, but during that time that allowed Kindred to pick up the Grubs. 3 Grubs so far, and 6 Grubs over to a team that has a Jinx, that has split pushers like Ryze and Renekton, is very, very scary to stare down. Especially because on the side of Team Yippie, I don't really know if they can equal the push later on. It might just be insert best name who's the one to do it as Fitz is forced away by Akata, who's opened up about a 10 CS lead for right now. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Team Yippie going to try to take out this Mountain Drake, give themselves a little bit of extra resistances. That'll go very well for this Alistar. This Fitz just barely escaping a gank from Pierce Blade. Slappy Joe and Best Name continue to go at it, but nothing really doing there. Interesting to note that insert Best Name went to pick up the plated steel caps. Right now we have a 14 CS lead for Slappy Joe. I mean, we have CS leads everywhere except for the bottom lane for the Grill Masters. The solo laners are putting in a lot of work. The Slappy Joe is trying to leverage his early strength to just force Best Name to miss out on some gold, and Akata is just getting the better of Fitz while he's in the middle of scaling, which, now if you allow a Ryze to scale, he's going to go crazy. Dark Lord is level 7. We still have not seen a Paranoia yet. You need to get it down onto this Ryze. You need to interrupt him as much as you can before he starts to get strong or starts to get tanky.
And even if there are CS leads here, Barco Duck and Pierce Blade got themselves kill leads right in that bottom side. They've been doing very, very well matching up against Sneaky Turt and M2O here is Fortnite. He's just taking his blue buff. Let's see if he can kind of get a gank off onto insert Best Name, who, honestly, this Swain pick has not really been doing too much, in my opinion.
No, it's been losing in CS. Now, sure, it's making sure that Slappy Joe isn't really able to do anything. If Renekton walks out of lane with a CS lead, you're pretty okay with that. That's expected to happen. As long as he doesn't walk out with plates or kills or anything like that, I'd say it's a win for Team Yippie, but it's not like a huge win.
Yeah, and Renekton really going to have to leverage that 1 to 2 item power spike that he gets on, right? Eclipse Sterax usually is kind of when Renekton is almost at his scariest, because he can just kind of like tank your whole team all while outputting a ton of damage as well here. So we'll want to see how these guys end up navigating the mid game here. As the Grill Masters still 1,000, 1.5 cold lead for them here. Last time they were able to kind of like push that to 3,000, then 5,000 as things got more and more out of hand here. 3 grubs on the side of the Grill Masters. Dragon going over to Team Yippie. TP coming in from insert best name.
And it's just not to do a whole lot. It's just really to catch the wave. So it's a big cooldown down for Team Yippie, especially with the Dragon going to be up in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But right now, Shibby, if you are the Grill Masters, you are so happy with the way this game is going. Rise now has his Rod of Ages. That's going to start stacking up. Jinx has an early BF sword. You're even in CS against a Sivir, while also taking plates against the infinite pushing of this champion. This is exactly what you want, and now Imtuo is going to get caught out. He's going to knock away Barco Duck, but he gets knocked up himself. Fortnite trying to bring up the rear, but nothing more for the Grill Masters.
Frustrating on both ends here, but it feels like Team Yippie just can't do anything, right? They're not really allowed to breathe. They're not really allowed to go for some of these proactive plays here. As we see Dark Lord still holding on to that Nocturne ultimate. 4-man dive coming in.
Realm Warp is here. There's no ultimate for Imtuo. They turn the lights out, but carry home Pierce Blade in a body bag. Sneaky Turret couldn't get away, even with the flash. Dark Lord in a 3v1 manages to kill one. He's going to flash under the turret, but he can't even escape either. The Grill Masters take the fight 3 for 2.
And a very good 3 for 2 as well, as Barco Duck and Fortnite end up surviving here. Your 280 carries. A lot of gold going into both of their pockets. 3-1-3 on this Jinx, as well as a Kraken Slayer completed for Fortnite. And we saw a really cool thing that Slappy Joe ended up doing. He pushed out the top lane, went mid lane, so doesn't allow Fitz to actually pick up any plates or any kind of punishment onto the mid side. Yes, he does lose about a plate and a half here to insert best name, but he's got a nice sizable gold lead, or at least a CS lead here. Isn't too worried about this Swain getting a couple plates in his pocket. And that's what Rise does, right? You leverage those early dives, you get the roam off, you shove in once you hit that Roa, and you just start bringing the pain down to bottom side here. Sneaky Turret and Imtuo just kind of feeling the pressure from the Grill Masters.
There you go. Fortnite could find himself caught out, but another big hook. And the numbers game is too much for Team Yippie. The Kindred ult going down. Fitz trying to keep Fortnite out of it, but there's a couple low health bars, and they can't wade through the thicket of Grill Masters. It's 2 more for Omega.
Beautiful, beautiful kills here. Pierce Blade on a nice roam. I don't think Fitz and Dark Lord are even expecting the support to be there. Fortnite does pick up, I believe, another mark for himself. Both 80 carries down in that bottom side, pushing lanes back and forth against each other, but the Yuntal, the tails, quick tails being picked up for Barco Duck. That item's good now. It's like actually really good now. Such an insane 1-item rush. It's going to do a lot of damage into Sneaky Turret and into this team composition of Team Yippie here. We talked about how when they had that 1.5k gold lead, they were able to slowly leverage it into 3, into 4, into 5. Well, Yanni, we've hit that 14-minute mark, and once again, like a perfectly baked cake, Grill Masters have hit that 3,000, 3.5k gold lead in the mid game.
It's like that chart, it's like 1,000 gold lead, 3,000 gold lead. You are here, 5,000 gold lead, and Team Yippie is going to have to watch out and really make something happen. I mean, Fitz and Best Name have been invisible this game. I hate to chuckle about that, but they have not done anything. They are 0-1-0 as a conglomerate. Now, Second Dragon does go over to Team Yippie, and it's 2 really good dragons. And if they maybe get themselves an Ocean Soul, they'll be in good shape. But Shibby, it's going to be so hard for them to actually get there at this point.
Yeah, Ocean Soul really big for Team Yippie, right? Swain, Silas, 2 champions that automatically heal off a lot of their abilities. Having that Ocean Soul as well to provide that extra amp in healing could be the dragon that pushes them over the edge in some of these team fights here. But like you said, it's going to be really tough. The Grill Masters have almost always opted in to take 6 grubs over the 2 dragons because they just get so much more gold out of it, right? They leverage the grubs, they leverage the 6 grubs into turret plates, into pushing power, and that just kind of puts them in a nice chunky gold lead here that allows them to contest 3rd and 4th dragon. That lets them stack up until potentially a dragon win condition that we saw last game, where they were on the 3 Chemtech dragons before they ended the game here. I think Grillmasters just have a better read of the map and a better read of the game at the moment.
What an interrupt there from Pierce Blade to get rid of the spell shield on Dark Lord. They get the Realm Warp too. It's just a beautiful team play from the Grillmasters. The line cooks are a well-oiled machine this game, Shibby.
It's like when you get a job with your friends, right? At like McDonald's or Burger King. Like, yeah, the employees, like, you know, the 30-year-old guy or the 35-year-old manager, really cool to work with. But it's with you and all your high school friends, as much as you guys mess around, when lunch rush comes in, when dinner rush comes in, you guys are on point here.
They're locked in.
They're locked in. The Grill Masters of the Line Cooks, like you mentioned, absolutely on fire today. Nobody missing a beat.
Oh, Best Name is forced to flash away. He's been stunned, and it looks like he's going to go down. Fortnite able to chase him. Did he get him? The red buff? Is it enough? It's not. And Sir Best Name somehow survives by a miracle.
Oh.
Super Mega Death Rocket just a bit off. Not quite the start of Season 2 of Arcane just yet.
But it doesn't matter, right? That's effectively a kill, right?
Yeah.
You don't get the kill gold, sure, but you get that char in the top side. You now get control over this Rift Herald, which you can then use to drop before the dragon that comes up in about 2.5 minutes here.
Guess where the gold lead is, by the way?
A lot of options, right? On the side of the Grill Masters here. You say guess where the gold lead is, or guess what the gold lead is?
Either. You are here.
Yeah, you are here. It's 5,000 gold, 5,500 gold if you want to get super technical here on the side of the Grill Masters. I mean, they're just able to execute, and they're just able to kind of, like we said, leverage those early game grubs, those early game skirmishes, those fight wins into more dives, into more gold, right? That's the big thing that a lot of these teams, when we see at the Masters level, when they play BOL Masters, they jump to maybe Combine Zero Qs, they can't leverage the gold lead. They don't know what to do with their power. Because now we see another revisit to the top side.
This time Yanni, they got him.
Yeah, Yanni, you don't really need to play-by-play that.
Nope.
I think we both know how it goes.
Yep, it's a 4th kill for Fortnite, and Shibby, I have to say, I have to commend the Grill Masters. They are everywhere. They are the ones making the proactive plays. Everybody says that League of Legends is like a turn-based card game. Well, Team Yippie, they have just skipped all of their turns. They're saying pass turn on every single one. They have taken no actions. The only time they've actually done something is in response to a Grillmaster's play. Shibby, they're the ones with the Nocturne. They're the ones with the Sivir. They need to do something, link up on a play. They just look like they're so disconnected. Here we go. We're finally seeing a play happen. They do burn the flash out of Akata. Akata stuck in the 2v1, gets a big shield. Will be able to Realm Warp out, steps back into it, but is up against the wall. Akata will finally fall. Fitz able to take a kill. But let's see what the Grill Masters get.
Yeah, that's going to cost them a lot, though. Mid lane tier 2 under siege right now. The Rift Herald gets get popped. I believe they got tier 1 as well. They could go for a tier 3 right now. Why not? Bash it into the turret, walk it in, as we see Bark go duck.
Going, yeah, you got the charge off. Seems kind of illegal that charge got off, but we're seeing a Flash getting forced out of the Jinx, who they left all alone. Shut down going over to Swain, but here comes the rest of the fight as Slappy Joe, I should say, finds his way into the middle of things. Insert Best Name has been completely forced away from that Demonic Ascension. Fortnite's going to have to pop his ultimate to keep himself alive. M2O will be able to walk away, but they need to find a way to kill Fitz. He's trying to get onto the Kindred, and he finally will to shut down to a Best Name. But Slappy Joe is going to restore a lot of HP in a second. Akata, it's now time for him to use his damage. First, they put Fitz on the grill, then they put M2O on the grill, then they wrap the fight up.
They wrap the fight up just like that, the Aki way onto Grill Masters. Never, never, never forget the Bev here, so you never, never, never forget the rise. Akata coming in with the TP. Grill Masters absolutely roasting the Team Yippie members here, getting that, be it sloppy, team fight win in the mid lane. A ton of gold going into their pockets, a ton of gold going into Akata here. 7,000 nearly in the pockets of the Grill Masters here. And we talked about how hard it is to go down 2-0. Looking very likely, Ani.
It's just too late. Team Yippie finally make their play. They get that bot lane kill. They give up so much mid. They get a pick, but they just can't find a way out. They decide to take that fight. It just does not go well for them. Fitz does have the Nautilus ultimate if they want to fight over this dragon. They need to at least do something here. They're just going to let it go for free. I mean, Dark Lord's got his ultimate. That's your win condition, is to try to secure the soul, but instead they're going to try to take a fight. The lights go out. 2 members stuck in the back of a pit. It's a 4v2. They manage to take out the Rise, but over on the other side, down goes the Swain. Slappy Joe in the middle of things. Imtuo going to be the one knocked up, but over the wall, Fitz on top of Fortnite, able to take him out. But Barco Duck stands tall and stays alive with Slappy Joe on the backside. He gets them low enough for Barco Duck to clean it up with a quad.
And it doesn't matter if one AD carry goes down, there's another one waiting in the wings to clean the fight up. This is why it's so difficult to team fight against these double AD carry compositions here. Grill Masters coming in hot, especially Barco Duck with that quadra kill and a big, big paycheck. 750 gold or almost 800 gold being split in the pockets between these two guys. I mean, Grill Masters just coming in with a ferocious attitude right now. Just absolutely just laying foot to fire, pedal to the metal. Team Yippie just cannot handle what the Grill Masters are cooking.
Barco Duck went from a crit cloak to finishing the rapid fire cannon. He's been working overtime, Shibby. He might be the new general manager soon because the team runs through him. You give him enough space late in the game, you fail to get on top of him, and that's the result you're going to get. It is a 7,500 gold lead for the Grill Masters, and now they have their sights set on the Baron. Shibby, some pings are going down.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're so far ahead. They've got double AD carry plus Rise. They're going to shred this Baron in a couple seconds here, and this might be the best fight that Team Yippie can look to get here. This Nocturne 5-5-2 has been kind of doing his job, just nobody else can really kind of pick up the slack, the damage that needs to be put in, right? The Sivir, Alistar, unable to really get things going. Sneaky Turret, nowhere near as strong as Barco Duck or Fortnite, right? He's down probably, you know, I would argue in gold and in power below both of these ADCs, as Fortnite is building a different build, right? He's not going the prototypical crit build that we see a lot of Kindreds go. He's going for more on hit. He's going for the Black Cleaver, the Kraken Slayer, the Wit's End. He's really looking to kind of survive in the thick of it of these team fights.
Hold on,
and
he's
really
got more
provide a
gold than
ton of
Sneaky
value.
Turret.
He's got more gold than Sneaky Turret. Exactly. Sneaky Turret is down behind both AD carries.
Are we sure that Barco Duck is the best AD carry on his team?
He might not be. Fortnite
Has done it
be.
without a support.
Yeah, Fortnite might be the best. That's true.
It's like the question. It's like the LeBron versus, Jordan question, right? It's like, well, Barco Duck, had to do it with Dwayne Wade, Pierce Blade, and Chris Bosch, Slappy Joe. Especially in that last fight, Slappy Joe. I want to give him his credit where it's due. He did the dirty work.
Yeah, don't we talk about LeBron versus Michael Jordan? The unks are going to start coming out in tenfold years. We don't care about the 90s. We care about the Grill Masters right now, taking the Baron, 3-manning it right now. And just look at where Akata is, right? He's not trying to DPS the Baron. He's just trying to play DPS bouncer right now.
Teleport's coming in, lights coming out. Here we go. They're trying to get onto Barco Duck. He's still alive due to the Kindred ultimate, but he's feared as he comes out of it. He does go down on the backside. Slappy Joe just doing everything possible to try to win it. They need to try to take down Insert Best Name. They finally find him. They flash away from Fitz, but he uses the Abscond Duck to take 1 kill. But now he's stuck in a 3v1. He finds Pierce Blade, but can he actually take him out? He absconds, and it looks like he'll be able to live to fight another day. As the Grill Masters, are they going to hop back on the Baron? It looks like they will. This does give an opportunity for Fitz to make a play. It is a 3v1, but they are very stoppable. He is pretty healthy. And the Grill Masters will finally walk it out.
Yeah, and Fitz had another ultimate available here, or ability to steal an ultimate, whether within the Nautilus or the Kindred, as he did end up taking that dominance in that fight. Overall, Team Yippie, they stop the Baron, so they kind of, stall out the game a little bit longer here, but in reality, a lot of summoner spells burned by both teams here. It'll be much harder for Team Yippie to jump onto both Fortnite and Barco Duck. And we even saw when Barco Duck went down, Fortnite picked up the slack in that last fight. 2 fights before that, where Barco Duck got the quadra kill, Fortnite ended up going down first here. That's the problem when you face these double 80 carry compositions. If you use all your juice, if you use all your gas on taking one of them down, the other one's just going to rip you to shreds here, as Silas or Fitz has stolen that Nautilus ultimate. That might be the go button for them to potentially get back into this game here. They're down 8,000 gold, but they're looking for a fight. Look at where Slappy Joe is, though.
They have to do something, Shibby, but I love that you pointed out that flank because this is going to be a nasty one. Engage goes down onto Akata, but Akata's shielding is there, and he's on the backside as Slappy Joe. They managed to take out Barco Duck, though, and now it's a big bungus fight as Slappy Joe's in the middle of 3, but he only has Pierce Blade to help him out. Fortnite finishes off the Dragon and is looking to help out the squad. Slappy Joe is getting taken low. He's so low, but he gets saved by the Kindred ult on just a sliver, and now it's time to whittle the rest out, but a big headbutt knocks him away. He can't get to Fitz. He's trying to get to Fitz, but Fortnite is having Fitz because Imp Duo is on him like white on rice, knocking him away, but they still can't take out Pierce Blade. Now Fortnite, he's kiting it out excellently, getting the job done, dodges out of ensconced, ducked, and manages to take down Team Yippie.
Imp Duo might have been on him like white on rice, but Fortnite was on him like a dog on a steak, baby, because he absolutely shreds through Team Yippie there. Beautiful kiting, beautiful, beautiful Kindred play there. It doesn't matter if you take down Barco Duck, because the other 80 carry is going to pick up the slack. Grill Masters are going to turn that into a nice fried Baron for themselves.
Imp Duo tried everything that he could to keep Fortnite away, but there's a reason why it's the most popular game in a lot of young circles, Shibby. You can't keep Fortnite away. Everybody's gonna get gravitated toward it. The game is warped around him right now. He's got 3.5 items. He's got the heal cut as well. There's nothing that Team Yippie is going to be able to do. It's just a matter of time. All they need to do is siege with the Baron.
27.5 minutes in, 29-15. Another dominant performance from the Grill Masters here. And this isn't even Team Yippie playing bad necessarily. They're playing some of these fights the best they can with the gold deficit that they see themselves in. While it's just a little bit too big, the mechanics just a little too good on the side of the Grill Masters here. Fortnite and Barco Duck. Like you called upon the Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Fortnite and Barco Duck are D-Wade LeBron James. They're absolutely serving up some sauce here, right? In tandem, one after the other. They're going back and forth. Who's got the flashiest plays? Who gets the best multi-kills? Tough situation for Team Yippie to deal with here. Let's see if they can play out another fight. Let's see if they can get on to both of these 80 carries. If both of them go down, the fight is theirs. It just so happens that all their juice gets used onto one here.
I love that you mentioned the LeBron Wade because Dark Lord looks a lot like Joel Embiid because I don't know if he's going to get past the second round. He finds a way onto Barco Duck. Barco Duck is shielded up and he stays tall and stands alive on the back line. They managed to trade out the Kindred, but both the 80 carries are down, Shibby. Akata is doing his thing, trying. Slappy Joe finally joining the fight. It's a 3v3, but Slappy Joe is healthy, making a 3v2 because he's 100% pure Angus beef getting served up on that grill as they take down that Alistar. 3v2. Hook lands onto the Swain. They're frying up some bird tonight. He's forced to flash away. Onto the backside goes the Nocturne, but he's gonna fall. Slappy Joe double kill. Shibby, it looks like the Grill Masters are going up 2-0.
2-0, and unfortunately Team Yippie, they didn't look at the lunch menu. They didn't pay attention because Slappy Joe is getting served up right in front of their faces and they can't do a damn thing about it. The Nexus goes down. Grill Masters go up 2-0, 33-17. Yanni, these guys are so good. My camera's disappeared.
Where'd you go? Shibby, where are you? But on a serious note, the Grill Masters. I mean, hold on. Before we talk about the Grill Masters, I want to talk about Team Yippie because you mentioned it. Team Yippie played those last couple of fights about as well as they could have, but they were just so behind in the early game. How many Nocturne Ultimates did we see once he hit level 6? Not very many. I think I counted 2 before laning phase ended, and one of them was just to try to protect himself. Once again, Team Yippie need to be the ones being proactive. The Grill Masters are just fighting and non-stop. They always say League is a game of taking turns. It has only been the Grill Masters' turn. They have not let Team Yippie have another turn.
Some of those Nocturne ults have been taking out my internet, man. I mean, I've been getting Nocturne ulted here. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, yeah, it's not chess, it's not checkers. These guys are just a bulldozer, right? The Grill Masters are coming in. It's like when you're playing checkers with somebody and they're just like, no, I use gun, I use God, I have the God piece here, and I'm just gonna put it in, and I'm just gonna keep on rolling here. Grill Masters not giving Yippie any time to breathe here. You saw some signs of life from Team Yippie towards the end. You can see how their comp kind of functioned, right? A lot of healing, a lot of drain tank. It was very difficult to get some of these guys down here, but they're very, very ultimate reliant, especially with the Swain, especially with the Silas. He needs something to steal. He needs something to use here. Very, very well played from the Grill Masters. They're up 2-0. 10 more champions off the board once again here. And I feel like Team Yippie really dug deep for some of these things, right? The Swain, the Nocturne, these are not your prototypical, well, I mean, Swain's not the prototypical champion here. And also, you lose the Nocturne, you lose Silas, such a strong counter pick right now. Realistically, tough hole for Team Yippie to kind of climb out of here. They're down 2-0 in a full Fearless draft. They've got to string 3 games together back to back to back, and they've got to do it on shoestring of champions, right? That 5th game could look really, really rough for both of these guys here. I mean, Grill Masters, they're just coming out firing on all cylinders, man.
Insert Best Name told me on Otter Talk that he had a spicy pick, but he didn't want to give it away. If this was the spicy pick, well, you can't change the recipe of these burgers. As Omega McDonald's Grill Masters take a 2-0 lead. It's hard to get swept in this league, Shibby, but the Grill Masters looking to put the finishing touch on a 3-0, get that final ingredient, layer it with that sesame seed bun up top. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll give you the Game 3 draft of this Best of 5 series between the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters and Team Yippie. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Blue Otter League Masters semifinals between the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters and Team Yippie. I have a new guest here, as Shibby, the internet is not doing so well. Believe it may have been under dubious circumstances, though.
Yeah,
$1,000.
so like one, I heard Shibby was slandering 30-year-olds. I had to come in here and shut that down, and I also needed to meet my quota of being on another Blue Otters Masters stream. So two birds, one stone. Now I'm here, guys. So we are getting into our third draft of the night here, and yeah, Yippie back against the wall. They are not feeling Yippie right now.
No, they are feeling skippy because they gotta skip the next two games and get to game 5 somehow. Thousand Eyes. It's been really tough. It feels like Team Yippie is just participating in the game and allowing the Grill Masters to do really whatever they want. It feels like the Grill Masters, they have always been the ones dictating the game pace. I want to see Team Yippie change it up, as the bans have been the same throughout the first two games. The picks obviously have to be different. We're seeing a first pick Ash for the Grill Masters and a Seraphine in response for Team Yippie.
Yeah, Ash just has been so good in the meta right now, and it just always gives you the opportunity to make plays. You know, you back, you throw that arrow down, can look for anything there, and her damage has been pretty relevant, especially compared to a lot of the other AD carries that you can pick up with Jhin, Jinx off the board, Caitlyn off the board. Ash is definitely one of the better options here. Seraphine locked in alongside the Udyr here. I'm curious where this Seraphine's going to go, because we have seen a lot of mages start to show up in the bot lane. Wouldn't be super surprised if that is a Seraphine bot lane.
Well, I'm pretty surprised about the first two picks on each composition, because right now they do not feel like they fit. It feels like there's only one thing they have in common, and they make life really hard for Ash. So Bark Go Duck will have to be really careful, but we are seeing an early Trundle. I wonder where that one's going to go. You know, we typically see it up in the top lane, but there's always a world where it can jungle. Obviously, it's not going to be in support after this Leona pickup. Lots of CC coming through for the Omega McDonald's Grow Masters.
Yeah, there's a lot of crowd control, a lot of lockdown, and the Leona will help amp up that damage a little bit. Trundle, like you said, has been mostly top lane, has the ability to jungle, but I think is really good split push pressure when you do let him up in that top side. The Jax seems to be a pick expecting that Trundle up in the top lane, because Jax does do really well. Everything Trundle does is an auto attack. So if Jax can hit that counter strike, it's a very solid lane that lets him scale and hopefully hit a point where he could just beat out the Trundle in the side lane.
Yeah, Jax, really just the quintessential top laner right now. People are blinding him, which I think is crazy that we've gotten to a point in League of Legends where Jax is a first pickable, blindable champion, obviously coming in a little bit later here, but is going to do really well into these two melee champions. I'd really like to see a Sejuani come out from the Grill Masters. That might put him a little too low on the damage charts, but
Yeah.
provide enough protection and get a lot of stuns off. Garen going to be the first ban in the second half. They're not quite convinced that this Trundle is going into the top lane. I think it's a smart ban, because if you give that Garen away to Slappy Joe, you are going to lose, simply put.
It's a respect. You probably are saying, like, we expect the Trundle there, but we don't want to give them the opportunity to flex it if they have the capability to do so. So I think it's a smart choice to take that away. The Shen also getting taken away as well, so just taking away other options there, maybe forcing them into one way or the other. Akshan, the final ban here, and I'm really curious where Grill Masters are going to go from here, because they do lack damage, like you said. I would not want to see the Sejuani personally, because I think they would struggle really hard in terms of DPS without another damage threat coming from the jungle. I'm just looking, Xin Zhao still available, could be a little bit more of a help, especially in the early game where this team seems to want to strive. The Rel pickup in the support role does now lean to, we want to engage, we just want to mash our buttons, get on your face, and use these AoE spells to make team fights in our favor for Team Yippie.
I like that pickup. It really kind of ties the team composition together. Leaves the door open for mid or bot lane now with their last pick. Surely we're not going to see this come out. We are. Vladimir going to
Okay.
be picked up by the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. Vladimir just invalidates pretty much everything
Yeah.
that Team Yippie wants to do. This is such a sharp pick here, Thousand Eyes.
100%, yeah, because like you think about, okay, you have big AoE push R buttons and try and team fight. It's all about bursting them down. There's no DPS currently on Yippie, and that is where Vlad is super happy to live. The LeBlanc now does put you in a little bit more of a situation where you want to try and pick people. I'm not super big on the LeBlanc, but I think when you pair that with something like a Trundle or like the Ashe that has the ability to catch people off guard, get them in position for LeBlanc to try and fly in, I do get it. But I think overall, I would have much rather seen a more team fight oriented mid laner, even if not heavily team fight.
Couldn't agree more, Thousand Eyes. And now we're going to see the Lissandra come in. A great double usage to be able to protect yourself against this LeBlanc. Or, if you get lucky enough, you can find the Vladimir with your Frozen Tomb and then be able to take him out before he can pull. The team compositions are set here. The one thing that I don't like about the Grill Masters composition is that they can not protect their Ashe very well. And this Trundle coming out of the jungle, if he happens to get set behind in any way against an Udyr, which can very much happen, now all of a sudden you're only looking at 2 sources of magic damage for the Grill Masters, and their physical damage kind of lacking. This means that Team Yippie could index into magic resistance and kind of nullify the team composition if they're able to recognize and execute on this plan, Thousand Eyes. Problem is, they haven't really done a good job of executing on any plan so far in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Grill Masters comp, and I'm, obviously not super big on it. I think the LeBlanc is a bit of a weird pick to put in there, and especially when you look at Seraphine shields, Udyr's beefy, Rel is a little bit difficult to take down. Lissandra just obviously not going to die very easily to the LeBlanc. It makes that pick a little bit weird. The Vlad, I think, is a great counter to a lot of this, but I don't think the rest of the composition supports that as much. It's that one champion that does well against every other pick that Yippie has taken. On the other hand, Yippie doesn't have damage. And if this Vladimir does get out of control, he can just 1v9. It doesn't matter who else is in the game, because the 5 champions he has to fight all will not be able to kill him.
One other thing that I find very interesting is they're putting Sneaky Turret on this Seraphine. And I think I would have rather seen Fitz on it just because Fitz hasn't really been able to do too much in the way of roaming. So having him on a perma clear champion mid lane, I think would have been a pretty good option here. Now you're just over indexed into magic damage, right? I mean, Jax does a lot of magic damage himself, and
Mhm.
Udyr does too. Like magic resistant stonks are going to be up so high this game for the side of the Girl Masters that
Spirit Visage looks
yeah.
so good on
Oh my
Vladimir.
god, it's gonna be perfect for this Vladimir. Not only are you gonna build it anyway, but you're gonna be happy doing it. It'll be just too good of a time. Thousand Eyes, you're coming in a little fresh. I know you watched the first couple of games. What do you think? You think Team Yippie can get the job done, force a game 4, or do you think the Girl Masters are gonna cruise to a 3-0?
I really think if Team Yippee had gotten a little bit more damage from their mid lane position, that I would have felt like they had a shot in this one. I think the Lissandra really does make things hard for them, and I worry that if they fall behind on this comp, they're not gonna find a way to ever win a team fight against this Vlad and Trundle and Leona. So I'm gonna have to lean on the 3-0 from Grill Masters. The LeBlanc is a little weird, but between them winning the first couple of games and how just good that Vlad can be, how much setup there can be for this LeBlanc to be able to get some kills on somebody early, I think they've got this one in the bag.
I am inclined to agree with you, Thousand Eyes. We'll see if Team Yippee can change their fate and shut us up over here in the casting booth. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll be on Summoner's Rift for what could be the final game of this series. The Grill Masters looking to march their way to the finals. All right, Otters, need to be on your feet for what could be the last game of the evening as the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters look to continue their dismantling of the Blue Otter playoffs. They're currently undefeated 5-0. They won their last series 3-0 against Krabs Radiant, and they're looking to hand Team Yippie, the second place team out of the Shuriman division, the same fate. Thousand Eyes, we've already seen the top team in Shurima go down in Drop Dead Gaming. Are we going to see the second Shuriman team fall?
That really is the question here.
Uh-oh.
I see
this
level
is a
1.
problem.
Uh-oh. Flat. Well, you know what? I think I might have my answer, Yanni. Flash bird by Sneaky Turd. That's obviously not great. The Seraphine can get caught out pretty easily against Ash Leona.
Yeah, that'll be bad news for Sneaky Turd, as you said. So we'll have to see how they handle that. This happened very similarly in game 1 to Sneaky Turd. He had to burn his flash early on Caitlyn after a first gank, and Caitlyn Lux wasn't able to really generate all the value that you wanted. Now you're not going to be able to leave Sneaky Turd alone until that flash comes back up, so M2O is kind of going to be stuck in the bottom lane.
I mean, if you're under tower, you're probably safe, and Seraphine can just wave clear very effectively, so it's really not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, if that lane is getting pushed, there's strong possibility that you can get yourself in a bad position, or that could happen.
Sneaky Turd already in trouble, down to half HP once again. Luckily, M2O was able to prevent any further damage, but it has been a rough sledding for the bottom lane of Team Yippie. They've been so good all year, but Barco, Duck, and Pierce Blade have just been a little bit better in this series. Once Pierce Blade hits level 2, it'll be bad news for the bottom lane, as Fitz already finding himself in a little bit of trouble as Akata takes a good trade.
Yeah, this is kind of the one spot where Akata is going to have some real kill pressure against this Lissandra. Post level 6, it becomes really hard, especially as we're going to start to see some items get picked up here by the Lissandra. Akata,
I think he might have a kill here. He's got a flash for flash. Nakata picks up first blood.
A little bit of disrespect there, I think, on the LeBlanc. Just LeBlanc damage, level 2, level 3, really good. And you are not at the point where you counter this LeBlanc just yet. So Fitz going to pay the price, not only in the flash, but also in the teleport there. So more resources being used early by Team Yippie.
Walking up, taking a stun to the face, stunning Pierce Blade back, but nothing other than a little bit of firing back and forth. And Akata looking to get the ball rolling very early. Opened with a null magic mantle. Remember, we talked about how important it's going to be to have that magic resistance. If he decides to go into Mercury Treads, that'll just be fantastic. That'll be exactly what you want on a LeBlanc. Allow those item slots to deal some damage. Look at Fortnite coming in from behind. He's ready to turn this flash right on top of Sneaky Turd. Sneaky Turd's been ignited. Won't be stunned quite yet. He's going to hold the cleanse in the back pocket. Oh, what a cleanse by Barco Duck. That ignite will not net a kill.
Perfect cleanse by Barco Duck. It just completely negates the one possible trade that could have come through, and now it is 2-0 in favor of in favor of the Grill Masters. And yeah, really smart move by Fortnite. You don't need level 4 on the Trundle. You can gank a lot earlier than a lot of other junglers would like to in this current meta, and Trundle getting a huge win off of that.
The best part about that cleanse is Barco Duck was able to clean up some of the minions to give themselves an advantageous lane state. It's gonna have to use the claw to get out, as Fortnite has been in the area. Meanwhile, Dark Lord, who has been really quiet all series, has been quiet once again. I know it's Udyr, I know it's early, but has not done anything to assist the team in any way right now.
Yeah, Dark Lord just has not really had an opportunity, and the Udyr not really known for being just a crazy good level, like 3 to 4 ganker. You want to try to farm up and get those stats, because Udyr is a stat stick. He wants to just run at you and be stronger than you. But that means these lanes need to pick up the slack here. And right now, that has not been happening. Both the mid and the bottom lanes are already struggling, and that's going to continue here for the foreseeable future.
It's just a 800 gold lead, we'll call it, for the Grill Masters. And meanwhile, up top, Slappy Joe, who has Ignite, hasn't really been able to get the better of Insert Best Name, but he might be able to do so in this particular fight. He's just ramping up a little bit. He's up CS. See the Null Magic Mantle from Insert Best Name. Again, we talked about how key Magic Resistance is going to be in this particular game. It's just a matter of, can they shut down Fortnite? Can they shut down Barco Duck? And right now, they have been allowed to unleash themselves in this game, albeit still very early.
Played another stun.
Yeah, Sneaky Turret forced away completely. Will land a double root onto Pierce Blade, but trades out some damage, but it's just not enough to like threaten a kill or anything like that. Pierce Blade is pretty happy with what's going on so far. They're going to land a stun on M2O. Pierce Blade, though, he has to start getting out. He's starting to get low. But they're just doing what they can to shove these waves in. Insert Best Name had to burn his flash. The Slappy Joe used everything, and now Fortnite's up here. They've slowed down the Udyr, but they hop on top of Slappy Joe. Can Fortnite win the fight? He gets one, and it looks like he's going to pick up two. It's just a matter... No. Fortnite walks away. He's waiting for cooldowns. I think he knew that he would have taken too much damage, but I gotta say, Thousand Eyes, I think he could have had that.
I think he could have had that too. Now he's gonna see there's some honey fruit there. Now we're seeing a little bit of health advantage over for the Udyr. Really good play. That's just a win. Going over to that Jax at a very big kill. Going to the Jax. Gotta get the Mercury Treads, so has that important move speed in this range B melee matchup. Also has the magic resist as now Fitz maybe wishing he had some help.
2 chains. That's your best answer as Pierce Blade comes through with a big stun to help out Akata.
Yeah, and this mid lane just has not gone the way it needed to. Fitz has just struggled early, played a little bit too disrespectfully, and now the support roams, because of the fact that bot lane is going so well for Grill Masters, means it's just going to get worse in the mid lane. Fitz now has the ultimate, can stay alive a little bit easier. Is going to be going for a little bit more AP, has the Lost Chapter, so not going for a Roa or anything of that nature to just be a little bit more of a frontline, because they know they need the damage on this team as well.
Lack of damage is going to cause a big problem here. It's the Grill Masters up 4 kills to 1. Shibi talked about how they get a 2,000 gold lead, and it becomes, or it's a 1,000 gold lead, sorry, then it becomes a 3,000 gold lead, then it becomes a 5,000 gold lead. Already past the 1,000 gold lead mark. We have obliterated that. They're now up at 2,000 right now. We have not seen the Grill Masters lose from a position like this. And while Team Yippie has some pretty good scaling, the Grill Masters have good scaling of their own. It's going to be a hard effort for Team Yippie to fight their way out of this 1,000 eyes. What's the move here?
I mean, I think really you've just got to now utilize this level 6 on Fitz, try to get something done around the map. The cleanse is back up on the Ashe here, but if you can maybe get something on Fortnite, you have to start catching people out a little bit, because your team fight's already weaker because of the fact you have this LeBlanc going crazy. You need to move away from her, try to get something done elsewhere, especially now you have the Seraphine online as well.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned Akata, because this is LeBlanc before damage, right? You have Merc Treads and an Amp Tome. You don't have a whole lot of damage right now. But that damage is going to start coming in really, really heavy. Yeah, you got the Dark Seal. You got 2 stacks on it. It's not enough.
No, the Sapphire Crystal, you got some mana.
I said damage. I don't care about mana. Nobody cares about mana.
I care about mana. Mana lets you do spells. If you can't do spells, you can't do damage, Yanni.
You can auto attack.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm scared of with LeBlanc.
Hey, listen. Earlier in the year, absolutely it was the thing you were scared of.
We don't need to go back. Hold on. All right, I take it back. Mana does not matter. If that's the place we're going to go with it, I'm good leaving that one. You win that argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Top lane also still kind of going rough here for this Jax. I want to take a look at the CS differential across the board here.
It's big.
It is big. Mid lane, obviously, you know, going to be a win for Akata. We've seen 2 kills already. But top lane, 20 CS down plus for Insert Best Name. Ashe,
he flashed in a straight line, and he burnt the cleanse. Sneaky Turn is in trouble. and Sneaky Turret will fall. Just about everything that could have gone wrong there, Thousand Eyes did go wrong. M2O, the engage wasn't quite perfect, but it might be enough to be able to take out Fortnite. He's pretty low, and they've got the heal cut on him. Akata doesn't have the damage to help out just yet, but now he finds himself in a tough spot, forced to flash away, so they get one back on the top side.
Big response there to at least make sure the Seraphine does not go down in vain. So a good response. Honestly, Sneaky Turret, that was just not played well. I hate to say it like that, but unfortunately, it didn't work.
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. The Ignite is on the last auto attack, and Best Name will burn away. Slappy Joe trying to heal as best he can, but that means it's just another pickup for Akata, and it's a shutdown. And Sneaky Turt's low on HP and on the wrong side of the track.
No!
With a flash to be able to save the day, and Sneaky Turt gets his first.
Okay, so it's even across the board once again. They go top lane, and yeah, insert Best Name goes a little bit too early. Udyr comes, cleans that up, and then Akata again just moving around the map 3-0 now.
How is this allowed?
Blanc. We're not gonna ask that question. Don't know. Not gonna look too deep into it because it might make me sad. But on the bot side, tried to go really aggressive, tried to go for the tower dive when you didn't have the resources. Everything just happened on the top lane. They know there's no jungler coming down there, and Sneaky Turret is a Seraphine post level 6, has some AP, able to stay alive through the dive, and Rel shows up at just the right time to turn that around.
And now we're starting to see Akata's got some damage. The Hex Deck Alternator, the Lost Chapter, that's going to put in some serious work. You just need enough. Titanic Hydra for Fortnite has been completed. Cosmic Drive for the Vladimir. They're quite strong on the side of the Grill Masters. Let's see if they're able to leverage their item lead anywhere. You can see on the bot lane, a lot of pings going out here. It's Udyr getting some counter jungle on here.
Yeah, I do have to say, well, we've seen this LeBlanc go crazy. Vladimir has just been
Oh,
such a good
jeez.
pick. Because look at this. How do you do anything against this? Jax walks up, tries to counter-strike, just gets the pull from Vlad, and it's fine. Vlad can continue to fight. Jax cannot. And that pick that we said would be really good into the Trundle gets countered out perfectly, and it's so good for Grill Masters.
Excellent pick. Maybe the Pro Comps pick of the game, Thousand Eyes, as this was super sharp. As we said, it's continuing to do its thing. You've got 4 grubs, which means you're going to be able to help the Vladimir push a little bit. This is a good bait. M2O is going to be the target. Akata does have cooldowns. He's looking to find a way in. The Magnet Storm going down as well. Here comes Dark Lord to help out. Flash, they're on top of Fortnite. They managed to find 1 kill. They find Fortnite, though, and Akata needs to try to escape, but he can't. It's a big shutdown for Dark Lord, and the stacks on the seal get erased.
Yeah, and again, Rome's just working out a little bit faster for Team Yippie. That's a huge kill there. It goes on to Dark Lord, which I'm not super huge on, but Dark Lord does have a lot of money, so just continuing to get this Udyr out of control. We said he's a ball of stats. You want the stats in your favor. Sloppy Joe. Oh my god, this is Q-Max on the Udyr. Oh my god, he's doing damage.
It's doing so much right now. He's carrying another shutdown on his head. He's the sole reason why Team Yippie's still in the game, as Barco Duck bits off a bit more than he could chew. And all of a sudden, Team Yippie, they might not be out of this yet. This is the closest game at 14 minutes we've had all series, Thousand Eyes. They might be able to figure out and crack the McDonald's code here.
I mean, Barco Duck feels like a correct name now because I am confused at what is happening there, why the Ashe was so far forward.
I thought you were going to call him a quack.
I wasn't going to go that far, but I'm just confused because the Ashe walked up there. You did not have vision of the Rel. You knew Rel was just mid lane. You have to be ready, especially when your Leona is not there to protect you. You're putting yourself in a very clear 1v2 possibility, and that came in for Barco Duck to go down.
One thing to notice in the mid lane, Akata's actually down a level. Now, it's likely not a full level, but it is something to watch out for. As Team Yippie has found their way back in. Cleanse from Sneaky Turret. Still has his flash up, so he'll be able to take at least one more of those. He'll head over to the Dragon, look to secure Team Yippie's second Dragon of the game. 1,500 gold lead, first turret, flash for flash, arrow missing. A lot of things happen, but much ado about nothing, Thousand Eyes.
I do want to say that the last couple of minutes here have been a really good turnaround from Team Yippie. They've gotten a couple of key shutdowns. They've been able to keep themselves alive here. Now, they need to do something about this top lane, though.
Well, there's nothing you can do. Insert best name just keeps getting wrecked over and over and over again. Down nearly 50 CS, down 2 kills. Vladimir is going to start going crazy later on in the game. Akata in a lot of trouble. Distortion over the wall, but he's going to get chased down. He's going to have to double back. Now Imp Duo chasing him down. Flashes over the wall. And Rift Herald wanted to try to make a play, but Akata snuck right between the legs.
I mean, that feels so bad because that's any other champion, and that's a dead mid laner right there.
Oh, yeah.
But Akata able to get out of that one, luckily. And we'll preserve at least a little bit of gold going back over here. I do want to get a check on our top lane gold here, if we can, because it has been obviously super in favor. We can see 2,000 gold up on this Jax.
It's the difference in the game.
It is the difference in the game. Now, the rest of the map is a trade because you have the LeBlanc that's really far ahead, but Udyr is further ahead than anybody else in the game. There is more money on this Udyr than anybody else, which you would not think watching what we have, but Udyr is going crazy right now, and if he's able to stick to somebody, we've seen him take this Vlad down fast.
Just a matter of can you stay on them. There's a lot of CC around him, so there is potential for the fights to go the way of Team Yippie. But I think they need to strike while the iron is hot. Remember, Thousand Eyes, we talked about how they've had an inability to really be the aggressors and be the ones who are taking the turn, and now they're going to try here on the top side in the 2v1.
Whoa.
But Slappy Joe is just going to win this 2v1. He might go down, sure, but it doesn't really matter. Now coming through, Akata with a big shutdown over the top. Huge for the Grill Masters.
Yeah, it is scary how much Slappy Joe can do. We said
Chain
that is the
Crystal Arrow!
one.
They're following up with plenty of CC. Flash of burnt, and it does look like Sneaky Turret will be able to walk out of that alive, but now has no summoners. He's been getting picked on all game.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to do a lot on this Seraphine. Luckily, Seraphine is kind of one of those champions that is just hard to kill. She's been able to stay alive now, looking like we might get an engage bot.
Well, both ults just whiffing, and Pierceblade and Barco Duck will be able to laugh their way back to the safety of their turret.
Yeah, we said from the start here, this Vladimir is like the linchpin here. If that does get going, there isn't an answer. And again, we look at this composition. Who kills Vladimir? The most we've seen.
I've seen it, Blade, not quite landing, although Sneaky Tart is just in so much trouble. Meanwhile, Barco Duck survives. Teleport coming in from the Jax, trying to get onto the Ashe. Will cleanse, but dies anyway. But it's a fight on two fronts as Fortnite flashes forward, picks up the double kill, but is just getting chunked out by Dark Lord, who manages to make it a 2-for-2. Trinity Force plus Stride Breaker. This is going to be one to watch here, Thousand Eyes, as Team Yippie are still fighting.
I think Dark Lord took your comment personally here. You said he hasn't done anything this entire series, and he locked in. Now this Udyr is just going crazy, and it has the damage to do a lot here. I just don't know if it has the ability to both stick to and do enough damage to this Vladimir, because it is going to be really tough.
Uh-oh, well, Slappy Joe finding himself in trouble once again. He flashes away, he's healing, but it's not enough to keep him upright. That's going to be a sneaky turret kill, and Thousand Eyes, it feels like the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters are pressing a little bit. They're crumbling under the pressure of Rush Hour right now, just not coming together for them. And to your point about Dark Lord, who's going to actually stop him? He's able to just fight through these slows on the side of the Grill Masters. You're going to need, a LeBlanc chain or Leona to really lock him down.
Yeah, I mean, it was what I was going to say, was with this build, you really are incentivized to use that I don't even know, the special Q on Udyr rather than the E. If you're using the E for the CC immunity, you now no longer have the Q to the same degree. Ult hit. I'm a little surprised at the cleanse, but I'm
just
also
a lack
surprised
of
that
vision.
ult hit.
Just a lack of vision, honestly.
Yeah.
Sneaky Turret has been really under fire all game long. Got to be seeing ghosts out there on the Rift. Third dragon here for Team Yippie. They have total control over it. The question is, do the Grill Masters fancy themselves a fight? At about 5,000, it's Fortnite from the backside trying
LeBlanc
to
above.
pinch them around. You called out LeBlanc. Wise there. Magnus Storm going down to the Pierce Blade. Slappy Joe getting in. Sneaky Turret getting blown up. But the Dragon secured for Team Yippie. And they're going to blow up the Ashe. Pierce Blade trying to stay alive. Slappy Joe took too much damage. They got to find a way on the Dark Lord, but they can't. Fortnite running forward. But the counter-strike is there. Akata's got to help, but the first chain misses. And Akata's got nothing left in the tank. He's got to flash away, but they flash after him. Distortion one way, but you can't distort back. It's going to be a kill, a shutdown for the Jacks, and Team Yippie win their first convincing 5v5 of the series. Thousand Eyes, they're on Soul Point.
I feel like we've distorted the entire game state right now because it is 3 dragons over to Team Yippie. It is a fed as hell Udyr that is running over this team, and we said Vladimir can't be stopped. Well, we forgot about the AD Udyr. I didn't think about that at all.
Neither did the Grill Masters. They did not have that on the radar.
Ooh,
The
they
Baron
might be
started
slow
up
on
by
this.
Team Yippie. You called it, Thousand Eyes. They might be slow. Barco Duck, Pierce Blade here. Imduo trying to keep them out. Teleport's coming in. Vladimir is nearby. This Baron, though, will go down. Imduo will be the sacrificial lamb as they burn the Ashe ultimate to try to take him out, but now Akata is here trying to come around the side, maybe blow somebody up very cheekily. Counter-Strike going to get used. They're going to look for Sneaky Turret.
Right.
Sneaky Turret was forced to flash away, but overall success for Team Yippie, and the gold is even.
That is such a close Baron call, but it worked out there. You'll happily trade Imtuo for that Baron. Baron on 4, you trade 300 gold for a net 1,500 or so. On top of getting the Baron buff, you lose the tower, but really, at the end of the day, you are on that power play now, and you have that power play to get yourself set up for this next dragon, right? We are 3 minutes before we are on Soul Point. You use this Baron to get control of the lane, start taking some of these towers, like that tier 1 in the top side, like these tier 2s in the mid and bottom lane. Once you have control of the minion waves, then you have access to that dragon as the Baron buff ends.
Thousand Eyes, one thing to point out about this game is that if Team Yippie takes this soul, there is no way that the Grill Masters are going to be able to actually win. They have put Barco Duck pretty far behind, and Fortnite hasn't really been able to do a whole lot in these fights. Does have the Abyssal Mask to reduce the MR, which I really like. It's a nice pickup to be able to ensure that Slappy Joe and Akata are able to eat. But it's not doing a whole lot. Gonna get a turret on the bottom side as the Grill Masters still somehow have a gold lead right now. It's actually 1,500. I don't know how this has occurred.
It's the LeBlanc, right? But the LeBlanc also put, some money into that Dark Seal, which has not really done a whole lot at this point. It's also just a lot of gold on this Vladimir, but Vladimir still can't do much about the Udyr. The Udyr damage is enough to burst on this Vladimir. Hasn't really built the Zonias yet, is still trying to build those key items, and we're going to see this tier 2 pushed on the bottom side as Fortnite needs to get over to the rest of the team because there is grouping happening.
That's a good siege by the Grill Masters considering they're the ones without the Baron.
Yeah,
this
is a
they
little
got that
bit
turret to half.
awkward.
They took a bot outer turret. Like, this Baron power play for Team Yippie is not really equitable.
Yeah, it's a little tough that you're getting pushed around here. You should be getting a little bit more pressure. They did get that top side. They put a lot into getting that tier 1 on the top side, and that left them a little vulnerable on the other side of the map. So a good call by Grill Masters to get in and get some damage on that tower. Now it feels like there's a little bit of haziness here. Yippie are not really doing a whole lot with what's left. And I think that's partially because they're worried about the Vlad or LeBlanc flanks coming in to make their team fight really difficult.
Dragon coming up in 35 seconds. Remember, Team Yippie has the luxury. If they don't want to take this fight, they don't exactly have to. They do have good enough scaling on their side and a big enough Dragon lead, and are close enough in the game that they might not have to take this, but obviously you just want to get it as soon as you possibly can. M2O showing on mid-wave. It looks like he wants Slappy Joe, who is going to get counter-struck on, but it goes too late. Slappy Joe getting
Dark
tagged
Lord
up here, forced to flash away. The Encore lands on the one. Dark Lord, though, is totally fine, and they find Slappy Joe. Pierce Blade getting chased down, and now it's going to be a 5v4, and Pierce Blade doesn't have the HP for it. Thousand Eyes, they need to try and steal it.
Yeah, this is a 5v3
Fortnite has no
at
smite.
this point. Fortnite doesn't have smite, and that looks like a long cooldown on that one. I think they just kind of lost the soul off that.
They're losing the plot here,
It's
Thousand
done.
Eyes, and it will be that Mountain Soul for Team Yippie. They fought and stuck around all game long here in Game 3, and they are making this one a match, Thousand Eyes. And in 6 minutes, we'll see an Elder Dragon spawn if Team Yippie doesn't find a way to finish between now and then.
I mean, that is kind of the one saving grace that Grill Masters have. They can look for the Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon will get them at a point where, okay, LeBlanc's damage now becomes a little bit more relevant. We've seen a couple of fights where either the Jax or the Seraphine or the Udyr get low and they survive just on a bit of HP. Warps that back a little bit in Grill Masters' favor, but the thing is, they've got to be able to get to that Elder Dragon in the first place, and what we just saw from their dragon fight and setup was not giving me hope they could do that in about 6 minutes.
As long as the Grill Masters don't lose it here, they will have a fighting chance at that soul. The problem, or at that Elder Dragon. The problem is this Baron is up in 30 seconds, and Team Yippie, while they're down in gold, it's so fake. They can just start this up, and the Baron's not going to deal a whole lot of damage to them now. Akata is split pushing here. Does have some burst damage, but at this point, it's just not enough. The extra resistances that you're getting on Team Yippie, plus the shield. This is absolutely LeBlanc's worst nightmare.
Yeah, and I mean, we questioned the LeBlanc a little bit in terms of this composition. It got ahead early, and it looked really good, but now what does LeBlanc do? You didn't close the game out in 20 minutes, so you are looking at a LeBlanc that's 7-2 that feels kind of useless, which is a crazy thing to say. They just haven't had anything to do with this LeBlanc because everybody now has some kind of survivability built into them.
Yeah, you're just hitting somebody and sure you've got 40% magic penetration. It's not enough. You don't have enough oomph behind you because you had to go into the Banshee's Veil. You had to go into the Mercury Shreds. And, now getting a needlessly large rod, it looks like we'll be seeing that Rabadons come out, but you're a long ways away from that. And Team Yippie, the onus is on them to once again take charge, and they're doing it in a side lane. Slappy Joe finding himself caught once again, but they're just going to let him off the hook, but he's got no Hemoplague.
Yeah, that was the big thing. They got the Hemoplague and said, we lose if we keep fighting him. Let's back away, stay out of range there. Now they can go for the Baron because the Hemoplague's gone. That's a huge team fight ult that isn't there. They have to watch Ashe ult, they have to watch Leota ult.
Pings are going down. M2O in the area.
TP.
They're down to about 6,000. They're going to be able to spot out Fortnite here. He does have Flash. He does have Smite, but he can't. Oh, he did get over the wall. I thought they locked him up for sure, but he breaks out of the cage and takes the Baron. That's going to force a teleport out of insert best name. And now it's the Grill Masters with the Baron and an opportunity to stay in this game, Thousand Eyes.
How do they let Fortnite in? Just sneaks his way in, grabs the Baron for the team, and now we saw with the Baron on Yippie that Grill Masters were getting towers. How do they use this Baron now when it's on their side?
It's a reverse siege again.
I mean, to be fair, they kind of wanted the reset off that, just get back. don't have the jungler, you don't want to risk a fight. But when Fortnite is back up here, there is a strong possibility of a power play. And again, it is the team with the Baron that can set themselves up for a dragon fight in a couple of minutes.
Big flank, Barco Duck with a big flash, but can they save him? The Udir's on him, and he's absolutely relentless. Down goes Barco Duck. Pierce Blade's gonna be the next target. Akata's just trying to clear the wave. He is
Slappy
LeBlanc,
Joe,
though. He might be able to find a way out, but Dark Lord will chase him down. Akata's got a flash. See which one they go after. They've keyed in on the correct Akata here.
Yeah, but how did they catch?
Find a way out.
LeBlanc is just
All
going
right,
to continue
it looks
to
like he's fine.
Yeah.
Oh!
Gets the back off. The Baron back is enough, but like you said, flank crazy there. Gets them onto the Ashe, immediately blows up Ashe, and LeBlanc didn't even get to get any spells down before Ashe died, was the crucial thing. Up on the top side, Slappy Joe won the fight against Fitz. Jax showed up, and it was almost a 1v2. Slappy Joe got very, very close, but did die to the Jax as well, meaning it was a loss on all fronts. And despite the Baron buff, maybe Baron buff is cursed because we've seen the team with the Baron just kind of struggle after getting it a little bit.
Yeah, Kata's the only one with it, and guess what? He has no flash, so it's going to be really dangerous for him to split push, and that's what LeBlanc does really well, is split push. And you know, the Grill Masters, it felt like Team Yippie was kind of just taking the Baron off for the Grill Masters, but now it's the Grill Masters taking it off for Team Yippie. 35 seconds until this Elder Dragon is up. Slappy Joe does have flash, so flash emo play going to be something to watch out for, but it looks like once again, the Grill Masters, they're just out of position when coming into these fights. Everybody's getting shoved off one way or another, and it started a lot of odd man fights. Fitz almost able to get in and get it. Fortnite is just still cut off. Fortnite, they need to help their guy. They do not like Fortnite.
Do not like Fortnite. Do not like it. Sam I am. And M2O maybe.
They're going to go on M2O. But Insert Best Name is going to be able to get there first. Big Hemo play going down. Do they have the damage to take out Dark Lord? Big Charms as well. Akata coming through. Double Distortion doesn't do a damn thing. And it's Slappy Joe in a 4v1. He's so close to winning this fight. He picks up one. He heals for 1,600,000 eyes.
Slappy Joe just 1v5s into the backline and nobody able to take him down.
Slappy Joe, he needs some help. Akata trying to get there to help his boy out.
I don't think he needs help. I think
he does.
he does.
Dark Lord is super low right now. This is a good spot for the McDonald's, Omega McDonald's. Oh my god, what a game, Thousand Eyes. The Grill Masters are still in it, but the Elder has been started, and the Grill Masters have no idea. Slappy Joe has concepts of an idea right now. The Tides of Blood, but guess what? You're not healing for a whole lot, and you get blasted away by the Dragon's Breath.
Just in perfect time, they get that Elder Dragon. Vladimir gets blown up, and with the Vladimir gone now, this is the power play for Team Yippie. They've got the Elder. They finally are like, now it does not matter. Vladimir is gone. We have Elder Dragon. We are stronger than them in every single conceivable way. Akata has shown up in the backline here, now going to lead them on a chase, but they're not going to bite hard on this because they know they need to start getting inhibitors down.
Just trying to run out that buff as best he can. Magnet Storm into Fortnite. Here comes the Encore. It lands onto 2, but they kill M2O. The threshold, though, you're starting to get a little low, and Fitz blows him up. Oh, Barco Duck gets blasted away. Akata's just dancing with Dark Lord, and that's not a fight you're gonna win, Akata. He can't do anything to help his team. Slappy Joe has now arrived. The turret doing a lot of damage to Insert Best Name, and they're not able to continue the siege. It seems disastrous. Thousand Eyes.
No.
Akata is just dead. Oh, maybe not. Akata with the distortion one way, and now he's just kind of caught in the corner here. He's got nowhere to go. Some recalls are going to be coming through soon. He's just dancing around with Dark Lord, and once again, he gets... Oh no, he saw him. Dark Lord saw him, and now Akata's in trouble. Akata's done. The double distortion is there. There's the second one. He misses the chains. He's got his regular distortion back up. He's just trying to get away, but Dark Lord is running him down. But he takes a wrong turn at Albuquerque, Thousand Eyes. But wait a minute, he got off on the on-ramp, and now Akana is gonna go down. Smooth driving from Dark Lord, who needs a map.
I think that was literally a minute's worth of just back and forth between the Udyr.
And now
That
the
was
Baron.
yakety sax type stuff
Yep.
going on. As Baron gonna get taken here, and again, it is a person lead here for Team Yippie. They grab the Baron. Assault hits from range, but not gonna stop them as Fortnite has to walk away. Slappy Joe having his Zonias here. Not a good place to be in for this Vladimir.
Yeah, and he had a hemoplague too. He was so afraid of Fitz. As Fitz is having his best game of the series right now, looking pretty good. But it's really Dark Lord who's been the guy so far. They're looking to make an odd man play onto Fitz on the side lane, but they can't get the job done, Thousand Eyes, and the push is coming in. Pressure from all angles, mid lane, top lane, Fitz in trouble. Fitz getting bursted out. It's got to use his ultimate to try to stay alive. Tides of Blood is enough. It's a shutdown for Vladimir, but Dark Lord is also in the base. It is a 4v2 right now, but the cavalry is coming through. Slappy Joe still pushing on the side lane, and it looks like it'll be 2 inhibitors down for the Grill Masters right now. They're hanging on by a thread.
I mean, yeah, a minor win in favor of a major win for Team Yippie. As, yeah, you lose out on Fitz, but you grab 2 inhibitors now. That has been the thing holding Team Yippie back as they get back to their base. Don't even lose that tier 2. I don't know how they don't lose it, but it stays up. Now, the question becomes, what do you do? Your Elder Dragon is gone. You are going to be waiting a bit for another one to come on. Baron about to go down as well. You are losing those buffs. You gotta make sure Slappy Joe cannot get in on your team, because a wrong turn will put you in a fight where a 1v5 is very possible for this Vladimir.
Some breathing room for the Grill Masters finally, because no objectives for 2 more minutes, and they have supers pushing into them means they have the time to farm. A 37-minute affair. Team Yippie backed into a corner, down 2 games to nothing, fighting for all their worth in this game. And it's all thanks to Dark Lord, who struggled in the first 2 games, but has come alive. 14-2-5. Team Yippie has finally grouped up, and they're looking to siege.
Dark Lord showed up exactly when needed here.
It's a 2-man
Another
push on the
tower.
top side.
Yeah, 2-man push on the top side. Fitz is going to respond to this. Fitz has a better matchup here against this LeBlanc now than the Vladimir, as Slappy Joe has decided to show up with the team, knowing they need to be there for a possible fight. But the damage, you can see, not even going through the Seraphine shield anymore. Slappy Joe has to really just go all in if there's going to be anything done here.
You have to do something, and Slappy Joe is going to try to do it. Tides of Blood doing a lot, but Jax is on the back line. He gets stopped, but Slappy Joe falls, and the rest of the Grill Masters will fall like dominoes. It's a value meal for Team Yippie, and their playoff run is not over yet. They force Game 4.
Dark Lord put the team on his back and got them across the finish line. Take game number 3. And after Grill Masters looked so good in games 1 and 2, now we're looking at a completely different dynamic. We're looking at a position where now Grill Masters are on the back foot. Team Yippie, yeah, okay, we can't take the Udyr again, but there does need to be a little bit of respect put on Dark Lord.
Absolutely, put respect on his name. And one thing to mention, Thousand Eyes, now we're only going to go down to 3 bans apiece. The champions burnt on the side of Team Yippie, a little bit more impactful. Seraphine that flex, Rel getting burnt out of the pool, Jax, and even Udyr to a certain extent. Meanwhile, it feels like on the other side, the Grill Masters didn't burn a whole lot except for Ash Leona, but that is still a big loss, because guess what? Alistar is off the board. Nautilus is off the board. Rel is off the board. Leona off the board.
Baby.
The
I showed up
premier
right
tanks, exactly. The premier tanks are not available anymore. So we'll see what the move is going to be for both of these teams. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll give you the Game 4 draft, where the rules get a little bit spicy in this best-of-5 series. Team Yippie managed to battle back, and now they have a potential Game 5 in their eyes, but they got to get a good draft in Game 4, and we'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the Blue Otter League Masters Season 12 semifinals between Omega McDonald's Girl Masters and Team Yippie. Team Yippie managed to take a game, force a Game 4, and now we're into the draft. Thousand Eyes, the bans have been pretty similar throughout the first couple of games. It's been Talia, Amumu, Ash for Team Yippie. It's been Zach, Corky, and, Quay or the Tristana sometimes, but they've all been similar, and it looks like we're sticking around the same here. Remember, it's just 3 bans. That's all you get. You get nothing else.
Yeah, that is the big thing here. And if we go to next game, we don't even get the 3 bans.
You get no
Screw it.
bans.
Throw it out. All these things that we have not wanted to see all series, they're coming out.
Bring them out.
Yeah, no, it's the action going to be taken away this time here, just with the last ban available. Ari still on the board, has made it this deep into the draft, and that will allow her to get picked up here. First pick on the day for...
Can we update
Team
Team
Yippie.
Yippie's score over here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we do not need to take away their victory. They definitely
Yeah, they need the
earn
dub.
it.
They need the dub
need
because
the
we can't
dub.
have game 4 with them down 2 games to nothing. That's
Yeah.
just not how it works right now.
Well, regardless, it is going to be the Ari pickup here. I like this. I think especially with what is available here. We've gone through a lot of mid laners already. The Ari is one of the better ones still available. Now, what are we gonna get in response? Because usually we get something like the Aurora or like the oh my goodness, the Syndra, which is already gone.
Let's get a Vex. All right, Victor. We're back to World's Control Mage meta from many years ago. Listen, these are champions that both of these players like to play. Akata, having a Victor game or two during the season. And we're just seeing early mid laners get picked. But guess what? Get a ganking jungler, Team Yippie, and make this Victor regret first picking mid.
Yeah, I mean, that is the option there. Ahri and Victor can just trade waves, but what happens at level 6 is vastly different. Victor wants to team fight, wants to be that backline mage. Meanwhile, Ahri wants to hit level 6 and roam, wants to start making picks with the jungler. So that is where we're going to see that diversify. The Victor, though, picked up alongside the MF. It's very clear what Grill Masters are already trying to go for. It is full on the team fight. It's about pushing that R button and getting as much AoE damage down as possible.
Yep, that Braum going to block a whole lot. Good value here for Team Yippie. Typically, it's a late pick, but you know what? You'll pick it pretty early, and guess what? You could pair it up with a pretty strong AD carry to get some lane dominance. Lucian, rarely played anymore. Lucian Braum is a evergreen, classic AD carry combo. They're going to go with a Xin Zhao. I really like the disruption that he's going to bring. I just fear a little later in the game, Thousand Eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it is all about the mid game here for Team Yippie at this point. They have not set up any kind of insurance for the late game, but they do have that Braum, and I think that Braum is going to do a whole lot this game. That E from the Braum is going to be massive. If that cooldown is down, they are vulnerable. If it is up, team fights are still very possible. Rakan picked to go alongside here. Not as much of a team fight support that you usually pair with the Misfortune, but with everything already gone, that is going to be things that you have to take at that point. As we are getting bans here, I'm assuming these are fake bans. I'm assuming these are bans that are agreed upon to not happen.
Yeah, okay. They, considering both supports have been selected here, they decided, hey, let's ban supports. So
okay,
but we can safely ignore these bans.
We're hating on my boy for nothing.
Hey, listen, all right, Emilio is very annoying. We're going to see a Gwen get picked blindly here.
Okay.
That is such a shock because you have counterpick. I think this might be a Gwen jungle, actually, Thousand Eyes, because this has been played. This has been played by Dark Lord, so I think they might be taking it away.
Very possible. I think it also does have just kind of good matchups almost everywhere. Now, it doesn't match with what the rest of your team kind of is. Gwen is not as much of a team fighter. The ult is pretty good, but outside that, you want that Gwen to be split pushing here. It also does make it so that Team Yippie can't really take a team fight tank here and try and turn this into more of a team fight composition. We said we were kind of worried about their late game insurance. If they don't have a tank, that becomes even more of a problem going up against this team fight comp here. Gragas is a possibility. I think it's a really good pick into the Misfortune to disrupt her ult as much as possible. Now, if the Braum door is down, you still have Gragas ult to knock her out of it.
This is good stuff, and it's a great lane neutralizer. But it will be a Gwen jungle, I believe. I don't think it'll be a Mundo in the jungle. That's just a little too slow. So this is an interesting angle here, Thousand Eyes, because I'm not sure if the Xin Zhao can actually beat the Gwen heads up. So both of these junglers are going to have to take a lot of measured aggression, and if one of them happens to get a kill, that could snowball the game out of control. These team compositions are set. Thousand Eyes, who do you think has the advantage and why?
If I had to pick here, I do like what Grillmasters have picked up here, specifically just because I think it is, one, easy to execute. You have a game plan, you know what it is, and you just need to be able to put it out there. I think the Gwen also throws a wrench into things a little bit and does have some skirmish and split push potential that your composition wouldn't have otherwise. On the other hand, though, I'm not counting Team Yippie out because I think this Ahri, like we said, level 6 capability to move with the Xin Zhao, that is a strong level 6 to be moving around the map trying to impact other lanes. and the Gragas is there as insurance to stop these team fights from getting out of control. So I'll favor Grill Masters, but I do think it is fairly close depending on execution.
Yeah, I gotta say, I like this Team Yippie composition a lot. I think that Tristana is able to hop on this immobile Misfortune, and this Victor is going to be able to cause some problems. Their carries being so rooted against the team that is able to just slide out and do everything possible to disrupt them. It feels like the Grill Masters are going to have to win this one in laning phase, Thousand Eyes. But the Grill Masters, they do have some good scaling on their side. We all know Victor, late game, is very good. Gwen as well. Tristana can get there, but outside of that, Xin Zhao falls off early. Gragas is just kind of there most of the time. And Ari is a fine late game champion, but nothing more. We'll see if the Grill Masters can close out this series. I'm sure they weren't expecting to head to a game 4, but here they are. Team Yippie, supercharged, looking to turn it around and force a game 5. We're going to take a short break, and when we return on Summoner's Rift, game 4, Team Yippie, McDonald's Omega Grill Masters. One more time. Welcome back, Otters. Game 4 of this best of 5 series. Do not be fooled by the fact that Team Yippie still has 0 points. They have scored a point. They did win their last game.
I promise they won it, guys.
There we go.
I promise.
There we
It's
not
official
copium.
now.
Yep, it is official on the board. After review, Team Yippie did win the game. They absolutely piss-smurfed later on. But we'll see if they're able to do the same in this game, Thousand Eyes. The early game of Team Yippie actually has some strength to it. It's as the game scales up that gets a little harder for them.
100%, yeah. I mean, we said it's kind of a classic like pick composition versus a team fight composition. You have really strong mid to early game in this like Xin Zhao, the Ari. Tristana's like a weird case now because she technically scales better, but she's also just ability-wise really strong individually. But yeah, that Victor and that MF are just gonna wipe the floor later on, and the damage may not be enough to take out something like the Mundo in the top lane if he starts getting a lot of health going.
See if that's the case. No early shenanigans here. Just remember, Sneaky Turd has had his summoners burnt pretty early in the last couple of games, but not so this time around. We'll see what the move is. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Fortnite on this Gwen, Dark Lord on this Xin Zhao. Dark Lord coming off a very hot game on the Udyr, where he really carried Team Yippie to victory. The team around him responded well, but he was the guy who ran the place. Let's see if he can do it again here in Game 4.
I mean, if he's going to do it, he's got to do it fast, because this Xin Zhao is absolutely on a timer. For looking just in the 1v1 between junglers, that Gwen will very quickly start beating Xin Zhao. But what Xin Zhao can do that Gwen cannot is hit those early ganks and impact these lanes, start snowballing somebody out of control. Speaking of, it's their best name. Yeah.
Best name. Can he get the job done? Just needs one more auto attack or another spell cast, but he gets hit by a cleaver. This is such a close 1v1 here at Thousand Eyes, but Slappy Joe just healing up so much.
Yeah. I mean, the Mundo passive healing is just really good. The
Gragas is too.
Gragas is good too, but I don't think it's at the same level here. The big thing is going to be the level up, because now you look at the difference in health and the heal on top of that. Slappy Joe going to have to respect that under the tower. Shouldn't die because Gragas...
Oh, he took a terror shot. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, cannot.
So Slappy Joe's level 3 now. He
so
wanted the angle. He wanted the angle. He's greedy.
That's the thing, though. Slappy Joe does not need to win this lane. He just needs to survive.
But he wants to, Thousand Eyes. Yeah. He wants to
win
the
lane. And I want
lane.
a Corvette and a mansion, but I'm not getting that just because I want it.
You want a Corvette?
I don't know. A nice car would be nice.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Better than my 09 Honda Civic, man.
Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with the classic Honda Civic, but I just didn't think that was going to be your first car of choice. But
I just reached for a word. I'm gonna be real.
I thought you were going to say that you wanted a pony. I was like, all right, that makes a lot of sense. But...
A pony would be nice, dude. Like, all three would be nice. You know?
Oh, yeah, honestly. We'll see if this first gank is nice. Dark Lord is hovering around the bottom side. It looks like he'll move over to the crab. Junglers will trade crabs apiece. Teleport from Slappy Joe up to that top side. Best name is just going to take the walk here, so we'll have the teleport advantage.
Big thing with this Braum, too, is when you look at... Ooh, well, a little bit of back and forth here.
Go on.
But big thing with the Braum is you look at a champion like Xin Zhao who has the auto attack reset. That makes the Braum passive come that much faster. It's a lot more bursty than you expect. Flash from Akata.
Here comes Fitz.
Charm!
The charm landed onto Akata, and it's first blood for Fitz. And Fortnite's got to get the hell out of there.
Fortnite just kind of griefed Akata there by using the Gwen W, was immune to the charm. It went through him onto Akata, and Akata flashes and dies anyway.
Fitz went full metal there because Victor was in love. And it is Team Yippie getting the job done early. Let's see if they're able to keep this up. This was the matchup. Fitz needed to get the better of Akata finally. Slappy Joe healing up quite a bit here. He's not even level 6 yet. and he's just healing for so much. It's just crazy what Mudo can do. Oh, he misses the body slam.
Oh,
now he's
no,
at level 5, his best name. They're so close. Flash is getting burnt. He's trying to chase him down. He wants to turn around. The ghost is used. The cleaver is there. Best name can't get it done. Slappy Joe bites back.
And that's just a mechanics diff. Gragas missing the E, missing the Q, the crucial damage needed to take Slappy Joe down. And Slappy Joe didn't need to win this lane, but now he's got his Corvette in his mansion.
Maybe not the mansion yet. He's
All right,
at
he's
least
got the
Corvette. He's going to make it deposit into his bank account, pick up an item here. And if it becomes too tanky for the rest of Team Yippie to handle, Thousand Eyes, we're going to point to that kill. Insert best name also did not need to win the lane.
Yeah, and probably
Sneaky
feeling a little bit more, but like, still, you don't need to take that risk. And it's again, that should have been a kill for Gragas. All things considered, that should have been a Gragas kill. The abilities just did not land.
No, like you said, it's a skill issue. We'll keep it. We'll call a spade a spade. It was a skill issue there. Insert best name couldn't get the job done. That was the guy that I voted for as the all-star top laner. That's my all-star top laner up there, Thousand Eyes.
Level 6 is now hitting, and Slappy Joe now has become even more difficult to kill. So getting this Mundo low doesn't even really mean anything because you get that burst of healing from the ultimate as
M2O.
well.
They've gone a little too far, but now he's trying to get a stunner to Pierce Blade, flying into Sneaky Turret. Flash gets burnt. They're going to be able to find Pierce Blade. The question is, will Barco Duck also go down? Dark Lord taking a couple turret shots. When it becomes lightning, if he wants to turn back around, they won't be able to do it. It'll just be one kill to Team Yippie, which is exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Lord's really just there to make sure MF cannot turn that into a 1v2 scenario. The Fortnite is showing up. I don't know if I like this for Yippie. I think they really should just get out because their bot lane cannot help them at all in this, and the respawns are already hitting.
Yeah, they got pinged out just a moment ago over there, Thousand Eyes, so the jig was up. Fitz will head back into the mid lane. Still even in CS. The CS numbers across the board are very even. Obviously, it's less than 10 minutes into the game, but they're a lot closer than they were at other points in this series. We're waiting
usually not like a big thing to bring up, but especially considering the last game where we saw Insert Best Name just way ahead, or Slappy Joe rather, way ahead. Insert Best Name being able to keep up here is pretty good, and putting some pressure on this Mundo, ultimate or not.
He's doing what he can. The Grubs are going to be started up by the side of Team Yippie. First one goes over to them. And it looks like Fortnite will not be involved in this, so it should be 3 Grubs to the side of Team Yippie. Very good for Sneaky Turret.
And no Dragon trade because Gwen is on that top side. I don't know if that was something they knew or if they just opted in to say we're going to take that trade, but they're going to come out on top of that, and the Dragon will still be available.
See what the move is. Pierce Blade has moved over to the mid lane here. Meanwhile, M2O kind of staying on the bot side. His Sneaky Turret gets to the plate, but takes a little bit of punishment for it. We saw M2O do really good on mid roams earlier in the game, or earlier in the series, I should say. And right now, the supports have not made an impact anywhere other than the bottom lane. Barco Duck is now level 6. Sneaky Turret's level 7. Pierce Blade wanted to go in for this. Slappy Joe does have his ultimate available, but is taking damage from Best Name.
I mean, the big thing you gotta just be aware of here is Best Name cannot get baited by the fact that the Mundo is low health. You cannot look at that low health and say, I got him where I wanted.
I can do it.
Because Mundo is very much capable of turning that around in a
second
bad
health bar.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like the final
can
boss.
trade here. Yeah,
Here we go. He's going to go for it. Slappy
just
Joe
get it out.
properly using his ultimate at the perfect time, but good job by Best Name. He listened, Thousand Eyes. He listened to you.
Yeah, just said, gotta get the cooldown out. We'll probably get the back here. Now the Mundo is a little bit more vulnerable because Slappy Joe has healed up to half health, but is still just going to take a lot of damage.
Go in for it. The gray health, though, he heals up so much from it, and Best Name is taxed by mana. Slappy Joe knows nothing about that.
Gonna be... I don't think anything is going to happen up here. If anything, Slappy Joe now feels
I'm
a little
waiting.
bit in control because
One
the
of these
mana
days.
situation is a problem. You're going to be sitting there for a while. We were just looking at two big boys hitting the hell out of each other, but
They already got one.
yeah, okay. They got one, but that's because one of them tripped and fell mid-fight. Like,
True. Honestly, Faxes. Fitz takes a full combo to the face from Victor. Sneaky Turret's got to hop away. And that means that the Dragon won't be able to be started by Team Yippie. They were hovering around it. Maybe they are going to go for it, as Fortnite has just been doing his thing, farming up. He's down in CS, though. But he's just trying to take away as much as he can. He's only down one camp, though, Thousand Eyes. It's really not the end of the world. But 3 Grubs and First Dragon go over to Team Yippie.
I mean, the problem is that Gwen is a farming champ, right? Like, she's usually picked up as something that is just like, I want to sit there and farm bot lane, a little bit of action.
And Knockup getting burned there. Sneaky Turret's looking to turn this around. Cleanse gets
Oh!
used. Pierce Blade will fall. Sneaky Turret getting credit for that one. And now Dark Lord wants to dive with him
TP,
to open
good
a
TP.
teleport from Akata to protect the AD carry.
That is an absolutely necessary TP. They knew the dragon just died, so they knew Dark Lord was there. Called for Akata to TP to make sure Barco Duck did not get dove. And that does mean Ari, after having to back after that really bad trade, kind of gets bailed out by the bot lane. Victor had to respond down there, so we get a plate in response in favor of Fitz.
One thing to note, take a look at the bounties. Fitz has a bounty. Sneaky Turret has a bounty. There's just something to watch out for. The bounty system has changed quite a bit over the last patch or two, and is going to change even a little bit more, but just extra gold in the pocket if you can claim kills on these targets. Fitz, it'll be a little bit harder for. But if you can get to Sneaky Turret, get some gold back in your pockets. You're only down about 700 on the side of the Grill Masters, but this is really the first time at the 12-minute mark that they've been behind. Oh, he takes the Blast Cone right into danger. Knocks him away, but the needlework from the Gwen, just trying to get enough damage down. But the rest of the squad is here for Team Yippie. Down goes Fortnite. Pierce Blade will fall as well. Team Yippie is getting it done. They tag Barco Duck. They're going to find him 2,000 eyes. Team Yippie, they have started their engines and they're firing on all cylinders now.
They went in, they got the Zinzao in their arms, but Zinzao had the Crescent Guard, popped it, immediately got everyone away, and they should have just disengaged off of that, because at that point, you're not catching the Zinzao, and everybody else is moving down. Gragas getting there first, and Ari getting there first, changed that fight entirely, and it is a massive win on all levels for Team Yippie.
Team Yippie finally wresting control of this game. They have 6 Grubs, Thousand Eyes. The early game has been theirs. We were waiting for more impact at a Dark Lord. He was like, call an ambulance, but not for him, as he used his item that calls the rest of his team over. Always feels like my opponents have that item too. I level with you, Omega McDonald's Grill Masters.
Yeah, Prom beating the heck out of Akata right now, and ooh, no, okay, all gonna be popped. Or not actually gonna be popped.
Yeah, no, he's got the Grail.
Okay, yeah, he's got the Grail. He also has the Warmogs completed. So
Oh my
really,
god, he's mogging. Look at him, he's just mogging. You just stare at him. That's all you have to do. He's full HP.
I refuse to engage with this, Yanni.
The second health bar of the raid boss Slappy Joe is here, and Thousand Eyes, this will be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that takes all kill threat almost assuredly out of this lane. Slappy Joe now can just poke. It is now a poke trade. It used to be a poke trade that Gragas would slowly whittle down this Mundo and then could go for a kill threat. Now, that whittling down strategy is going to go in favor of Mundo as long as that Warmogs gets triggered.
And this also means that Slappy Joe is going to have a much easier time taking out this turret. He's going to try to do what he can to stop Slappy Joe here. Keeping him in turret range. This is fantastic by Insert Best Name, but he will only get the Dr. Mundo ultimate out.
It's so sad because, like, You do so much work for that, and Mundo gets away with it anyway.
Oh, yeah,
Just
look, he's
because
healing more.
Yeah, no, it's just done. Yeah, like Gragas cannot do anything. If that is not a scenario Gragas can kill Mundo, there is no scenario Gragas can kill Mundo.
Somebody's going to need heal cut in this game, Thousand Eyes. Slappy Joe has that turret set in his sights. And the more that Insert Best Name has to try and stop him, the less mana he has. That means that Slappy Joe is able to increase the CS lead and just get a little bit more gold here and there. Turret, first turret of the game going to fall. That goes over to Fitz. He's 3-0-1. He's got his Malignance. They trade it back on the top side.
Yeah, and I think there's some communication there going on. Team Yippie saying, just keep it alive for a little bit longer because Fitz has this turret in his sights. They get first turret. It's a little bit of extra gold. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, but every bit matters. And when you're this far ahead, you want to keep the gold going, especially, again, with how we've said, the skirmish fights definitely favor Yippie, but as we go further and further, we're going to get more and more team fights, and that's where Grill Masters will succeed.
Remember, Akata on this Victor, scaling champion. Gwen also will take some time to scale as they'll be able to sneak away the Rift Herald here. This could be really big for Slappy Joe later on. I'll have to keep an eye on that, Thousand Eyes. The dragon is up. Dark Lord is in the area. It looks like he'll be able to start that one up.
Yeah, with all the control of the bot lane, you can see M2O just pushing this Victor away. Could be pretty easily. Ahri getting the wave push and moving down to just make sure the dragon gets taken. Second dragon going over to Team Yippie, and while the top lane has been a little Mundo favored, everything else really going well for Team Yippie.
They're going to try to catch out Fitz here. Fitz did get charmed himself, but he does not manage to take out Pierce Blade, and he finally will as he gets to the back line, but now he's completely alone. He's got to try to kill Barco Duck, but he can't. It's a big shutdown going over to the Victor, and now Imtuo is going to be the next target. Victor's already gotten 2 in this fight, but Sneaky Turn is here. Hops on Akata. Akata trying to get away, but he's stunned and he goes down. It's Fortnite that needs to get the job done. Sneaky Turn trying to do what he can to kite this one out, but Fortnite unable to do more. He's got to dash away. Sneaky Turn in hot pursuit. Burns his flash, the ultimate bang, takes him down. Sneaky Turn is 4-0.
And the greed goes unpunished for Team Yippie as the Ahri gets caught out. That looked like a fight that MF was going to win. They over-aggressed trying to get the kill on the Rakan, and yeah, they got it, but at what cost? Xin and Ahri go down. The fact that Sneaky Turn and M2O were able to get up into that fight changed the game there. They got the resets, Victor went down, they turned onto Fortnite, and they confirm that kill, which means Team Yippie are still in the driver's seat of this game.
They didn't get that much out of that fight, Thousand Eyes. They only went up 200 gold off of that because they claimed a big bounty onto Fitz, and it went over to Akata. There's one thing to watch out for because that could kickstart this Victor into the glorious evolution right now. He was sickly earlier in the game. You know, he was coughing. He hadn't quite found the hex core yet, but we're not going to continue that because that would be arcane spoilers afterward.
I think just saying that's arcane spoilers is...
That's not arcane spoilers. You knew. If you watched Arcane Season 1, you knew. And if you haven't watched Arcane Season 1 yet, first of all, spoilers are done for that, right? Second of all, what are you doing? I highly recommend that after this match ends, you gotta watch Arcane Season 1.
Yanni says, I care about you, but I don't care about you that much.
What do you mean? It's been literal years.
Hey, look, I'm just saying, like...
It's been a whole worldwide pandemic.
Listen, I'm just throwing that out there. Do with that information what you would like, viewers at home. Regardless, Mundo now starting to push on the bot side, and Ahri cannot answer this either. There is not a champion that Mundo cannot beat in a side lane right now.
No, there isn't. Nobody is going to be able to stop him. There's no heal cut on him. He's just going to... He has to take this time to farm up hard steel stacks, so that way when they eventually get heal cut, it's not going to matter. He'll just be too big. I'll see, Braum maybe wants to do something here, but he does get pinged out and looks like he'll head over to the mid lane. So right now, Team Yippie are just kind of keeping things the status quo, but 1,000 Eyes, I don't know if that's what they want.
Yeah, things have slowed down considerably here. Now, granted, I think Team Yippie has gotten a lot off of, like, mistakes and kind of picking up pieces here. I don't think Team Yippie's gone out of their way to, like, make a play happen. That has been huge for them. So what I want to see here is Team Yippie really press the issue. They've got a third dragon coming up here. If they could get themselves on Soul Point, that gives them a win con they can work off of here, especially considering their scaling is a bit less impactful than what Grill Masters has on the menu.
Yeah, they're on the value menu right now when it comes to scaling Thousand Eyes. Zakata could find himself in trouble here as Dark Lord has spotted him. You on the bottom name, they're just going to put Gragas there against Slappy Joe again. Listen, it didn't work the first time. It didn't work the second time. This turret's not going to be long for this world, Thousand Eyes.
Yeah. So right now we're just seeing best name.
There's pings going down. Thousand Eyes, they want to kill Slappy Joe here. He's going to get served right up into the turret. Imp-Duo in the area, looking to slow him down. They might be able to have had him. They might be able to find him, Thousand Eyes. Slappy Joe is doing what he can to try to truck his way through. Going to insert best name. The knockup's there, but he's healing too much, Thousand Eyes. They can't stop this man. They're blocking everything they can. Every cleaver is just going into Braum. Gwen is on the way. They'll finally shut him down. But Gwen may have gone a little bit too deep, as now she's caught. It doesn't matter that she's immune. She's not immune. Dark Lord not taking any damage. Over the wall, Barco Dunk flashed over, but here comes Tristana over the wall, and it's 2 more kills for Tristana.
Just massive fight again. Team Yippie getting stuff that maybe shouldn't have caught it.
Who's the one actually in trouble, Thousand Eyes? I don't
know anymore. He's back and forth there. They're both going to back away, I think. Not going to risk this anymore. But bot lane, they go so hard on the Mundo. And you see, he almost gets out of that. He almost turns that and kills the Gragas there. They get the kill. In comes Xin Zhao. Helps them out on that. The MF ult was big, but the Crescent Guard kept Xin Zhao alive for long enough that MF had to flash over another couple of kills, and now we're looking at 12-4 in favor of Team Yippie. And with all of that gold they just spent, they're moving in on the Dragon, which will give them Soul Point and put a timer on this game.
It's a near 4,000 gold lead for Team Yippie. They haven't found a way to get onto Tristana, but this is such a sharp move, Thousand Eyes. You can see the pings going down. Gragas is on his way. Braum is too. But Dark Lord is still hanging around, just doing his camp.
They don't know.
This is
they know now.
No, they knew. They sent people over. It felt like they knew Thousand Eyes, but guess what? Imp-Duo's like, oh crap, guys. They're taking the Baron. The Omega McDonald's Grill Masters will be able to secure it. Pierce Blade's going to find his way out too. Like a thief in the night, they steal it away, and guess who's bottom with Baron buff?
Oh no, this is a problem here. Over-indexing on the Dragon, forgetting we are past 20 minutes. Baron is on the board, and a very smooth take there from Grill Masters will get them away with a massive buff for themselves. And like you said, the Mundo with the Baron buff is the big one. Already really difficult to kill, even more difficult to kill now with all the extra damage that he's gonna get. And he's going to have minions that are harder to clear, especially by either the Ahri or the Gragas. That has been your wave clear. That has been all you've been trying to do. Just send those champions over there, have them hit the waves. Now they've got a bunch of extra magic resistance.
This is key, Thousand Eyes. They need to take advantage of this Baron within the next 4 minutes and find a way to take control of the game to the Grill Masters, or they could be staring down an Infernal Soul in a Game 5 from a 2-0 lead. One thing to point out, Sneaky Turret has that heal cut, has that penetration, very good itemization, but still missing an Infinity Edge. That is going to be key. A timer for Team Yippie to still take advantage while Sneaky Turret isn't at the peak of his powers.
It is now really tough here. I'm worried at how many towers are going to go down.
Here we go! They're going to hit the go button, but it gets blocked. Sneaky Turret had to hop out, though. Imp-Duo will be able to get away, but the first turret's going to fall. They're going to chase for a little bit more, but the Gwen ultimate not going to do a whole lot. Meanwhile, Ahri on the top side trying to push. They're going to try to turn this around onto the Victor, who's gone golden. It's Dark Lord on top of him, trying to take him out, knocks him away, and Sneaky Turret gets the kill. And now they're fighting front to back because they can't take down the Xin Zhao. Fortnite is caught in a corner, and he's exhausted. Sneaky Turret is hopping around. Sneaky Turret's got a triple kill. And Team Yippie, they don't give a shit about your Baron buff. It's a quadra kill for Sneaky Turret.
Another beautifully played fight there. We saw Grill Masters engage so hard under that tower, and it was the Glacial Fissure that stopped the MF ult immediately, almost predicted it coming out. Barco Duck didn't do anything in that fight. Flash away, get back under the tower, and they over-engaged past that point. Girlmasters needed to get that fight. They desperately wanted to get that, and they couldn't land what they needed. Over-indexed on it, and without those resources, the re-engage comes through. Dark Lord going in, the Tristana popping off with the resets, and Sneaky Turd looking like he might take us to a game number 5.
Sneaky Turd is just untouched. Nobody can get to him, Thousand Eyes. Fortnite can't do it. Slappy Joe can't do it. Pierceblade could do it, but guess what? That Braum pick that we talked about, such a good pick, paying off in spades. It's been the bottom lane show out of Team Yippie. They have struggled in the first 3 games, but when Dark Lord threw them a lifeline, Sneaky Turd and M2O were not going to let this second chance go to waste.
It is everything on the line right now for Team Yippie, and they're doing all they can with it. Now, with that fight being won, it is another massive gold lead here. We're looking at 4,000 gold, the kills going over in favor of them, the dragons going in favor of them, and there's going to be a lot of turrets available. Reminder, there are 6 grubs on this Team Yippie team. They are very capable of pushing towers if that Tristana could ever get to one. And with the fights happening the way they have, all it takes is one good team fight for Tristana to wipe the map clean.
McDonald's, the Grill Masters up on the top side. They're just sending everybody to that top turret. Insert Best Name is trying to do what he can to slow this down, as well as the Braum. They're gonna get some gold out of that one. Make it about a 3,000 gold deficit, but look what's happening in the mid lane. They're just shoving down the throats of the Grill Masters. They're forcing a teleport out of Dr. Mundo. And listen, this is good for the Grill Masters. I'm gonna be honest, you got some key gold, and now you have a wave guaranteed to shove into you. But here's the problem. You have members on the top side. 3 members on the top side. Thousand Eyes, what are they doing? They can't fight for the soul.
I don't think they want to at this point. They realize their team fight just has not been working here. We need to take
fights. They don't have Sloppy Joe either.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to just try and force the fight here, but quickness was already used. They don't have the engage that they need for this. This is just a mistake.
What happens?
And the soul is going to go over for free to Team Yippie.
Now there's a teleport coming in from Victor. Slappy Joe is in a 2v1 right now, but it's against Sneaky Turd. Fortnite trying to come up from behind. Oh my god, Sneaky Turd. Sneaky Turd's got to try to get away from Slappy Joe. He knocks him away, but Fortnite's here. It's a shutdown for Victor.
No.
And now here comes the turn. Look at him. Slappy Joe will finally go down, but guess what? Here's the ultimate over the top. The Misfortune ultimate doing so much. M2O is low when he goes down. Insert Best Name is running out of HP. Fits on the side. Can't do anything more. And somehow, some way, the Grill Masters win a fight.
It was a fight that was delayed, but it was a fight that was important nonetheless, because Grill Masters, they don't get there for the dragon, but they pull everybody from Team Yippie up to that top side. They make the move first over to dragon, and yeah, it was only Slappy Joe on the bot lane, but it's Slappy Joe. And Slappy Joe could absolutely 1v2 in that scenario while the TPs come through. So they get the kill, they lose Slappy Joe, but so much was used and the Tristana was gone that it's an easy win for Barco Duck to just ult over the wall, get more kills. But Soul going over to Team Yippie is another power spike for them.
Yeah, especially because it's going to give them a little bit of extra damage kick that they need for Slappy Joe, but Thousand Eyes, Slappy Joe healed through grievous wounds on that entire fight. He was just refusing to go down, and they didn't lose anything more for it. Sure, their turret took a lot of damage, but realistically, if Team Yippie gets to the Nexus turrets, this game is probably going to be over. It was a huge infusion of gold for the side of the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters, as now they trail by less than 1,000 gold. Slappy Joe has found Dark Lord, a couple other members in the area, so just trying to clear out what vision they can from their side of the jungle. Baron has not been started up yet. 4 minutes until the Elder Dragon is up. Remember, the first Elder Dragon went the way of Team Yippie, and they were able to win the game because of it. We'll see if the Grill Masters can actually stop them. Baron started up, Thousand Eyes, and Fortnite is nowhere to be found.
Oh Fortnite nowhere to be found, and Slappy Joe not even moving over to it. Barrett is just going to be given over. And that is another power spike. Soul and Baron buff in the hands of Team Yippie. They have all they need here. I want to see them get a fight off. I want to see them start on their terms because I think they are more than powerful enough to be able to force a fight where this Mundo is not at and take it before he can get into it.
Thousand Eyes, they just pinged the Nexus. I don't
As
think
one
they're
does.
messing around anymore. I think they said, we're ending the game on this push. And it looks like the Grill Masters will have to prepare for a fight. Xin Zhao is not close. So if they want to take something really quickly, they absolutely can. They can take a 5v4 here if they recognize it. A Dark Lord is nowhere near the team. The question is, will the Grill Masters recognize this and find a way to start a fight?
I mean, Slappy Joe is their one saving grace right now. This Mundo is still very strong.
That's crazy.
Trying to come in behind here. They're just trying to flank. I don't know if this is the way they want to try and play this.
Fitz on the side, ready to go. Charm lands onto Pierce Blade. Pierce Blade's got to hop away. He's still standing upright. Akata doing as much damage as he can, but he's a little too close for comfort, but he's managed to dodge out onto everything except for the Braum knockup. He gets tagged again, but is still trying to kite this one out. Oh, the ultimate from Kragus almost does enough.
Look at mid.
Look who cut the wave. Fortnite cut the wave. And there's nothing that Team Yippie can do. They don't have the minions. Their Baron is being timed out.
And I mean, Fortnite, I think, realistically... Fortnite, I don't know if you want to walk back up on this, but I think...
Oh, Fortnite
they're
drops
going.
his ultimate. Wait a minute. Pierce Blade trying to go in, lands a charm on Sneaky. Sneaky turret trying to do what he can. He hops forward, though, aggressively, and they're bursting out members, but Sneaky turret falls, and they can't take out Slappy Joe. Slappy Joe is healing. It's a 3v3, but Slappy Joe is eating. Fortnite's back in the fight, and guess what? The Grill Masters do it again.
How in the world does that ever work? They try to force the fight in the base. They can't make it happen. And then in the whole time that is happening, Fortnite cuts the wave. That might be game. They have 18 seconds before this Braum comes up here. I don't know. They have Gwen and Victor.
You push to end. You have to push to end. You have to push to end if you're the Grill Masters. The Grill Masters put themselves in an unwinnable situation. Nothing but minimum wage. But guess what? The bonus is kicked in. The store hit all their metrics. And now they're moving on to the Blue Otter Masters Finals in a game they had no business winning. All they got to do is hit the damn Nexus. But they put the cherry on top of the sundae. Team Yippee, see you later.
I am in shock at how that turned out. It was a game that looked all but won for Team Yippie. I was prepared to go to a game 5, and Fortnite with the big brain play. I'm going to be honest, I think Fortnite looked at that and said, I don't think we win the fight. I'm just going to cut the wave. I think he thought his team was going to just straight up die there. They didn't die. The wave was gone. And on the exit path, Fortnite cut them off, forced them into Slappy Joe, where he finally got to do what he needed in a team fight. And Grill Masters just wiped the floor with them and end the game. That has to feel so incredibly bad for Team Yippie.
How did this happen, Thousand Eyes? There's so many problems that happened that last fight. Fortnite just walking up to them and was able to just get away, get off scot-free, and then walk back into the fight. But the most important thing, Sneaky Turret jumped in on that fight into melee range and got smacked up by the Dr. Mundo, who was doing far too much damage. Big congratulations to the side of the Omega McDonald's Grill Masters. I thought we were going to game 5 for sure, but as it turns out, I was correct on my predictions. I predicted the Grill Masters to win 3-1. I told Team Yippie, I did tell Team Yippie that I thought that predictions were fake based off the fact that we've already lost so many good teams in the playoffs and had so many crazy upsets, but I guess it wasn't fake after all. The Grill Masters will move on to face the winner of Dorado versus 4493. 4493, last I heard, was giving them a bit of a fight, Thousand Eyes. All right, who are you giving the player of the game for this one?
Can I just give it to Fortnite for that
Yes.
last minute call?
Yes,
like,
you may.
Yes, there were so many things that happened in this series, but the thing that literally won the series, the thing that stopped them from going to a game 5 where it was full reset, one game for the whole thing, was just Fortnite cutting the wave and forcing the fight afterwards. So I just have to give it there because it's such a big brain play, and then to adapt it into a team fight was beautiful.
Bro was in the back just building, and they're like, what the hell is this man doing? And he built a tower amongst the noobs of Team Yippie and ended up winning the big fight for his team. Once again, congratulations to the Girl Masters as they move on to the finals. And speaking of finals, we have some finals action throughout the week here on the Blue Otter League channel. The Emerald Finals are tomorrow, 7:15 Eastern is when Otter Talk starts. And then we have the Shattered Spire versus TTF Aftershock. And then Platinum, once again, Otter Talk, 7:15 start, game an 8 p.m. start. Conduit Revelation versus Misery Obsidian Vice. And then Blue Otter Diamond. That will be on Thursday. The semifinals, the Akuma Sabres versus Elysium Areas. You aren't going to want to miss all of the exciting Blue Otter playoff action. Thousand Eyes, thank you for stepping in once again. You have been sorely needed this entire season with Masters, and we greatly appreciate it. So I want to thank you. I want to thank Shibby. I want to thank our producer, Brock, behind the glass, and I want to thank every single one of you for tuning in to watch this awesome best of 5 that only went 4 games, but certainly felt like 5. Thank you all so much for being with us here tonight. We hope to see you tomorrow for some more Blue Otter League action.